כן. יש לנו עד 8 בלי כלום. בתוך הזה אנחנו רק עושים לשם אותם. הם בפגישה, אין צלבים. מה שתגידי לי.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to your morning medication. I'm your host, Medi. Grab your coffee, put me in your ear, go about your morning, and I'll keep you up to date with what's happening. We got updates on your screen on what happened with the church shooting yesterday. We also have Netanyahu. He just walked into the White House, and they will be asking questions very soon. State Line, thanks, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, I was muted, but so we got the updates. Netanyahu's there. He's gonna be having a meeting with President Trump. We just saw him walk in, and they should be asking some questions that a lot of people want answers, and so we're gonna be watching that very closely. Also have a few updates as well. We have some witnesses that spoke about what happened at the church shooting yesterday. We have some live updates on what's going on in different parts of the country, and I have some clips, some juicy clips for us to go through. So we're gonna do this. Thank you all for joining, and I mentioned this, Rakers. Hello. I mentioned this the other day. If you guys ever want to watch me make these clips that I make, these viral clips I make on YouTube and for Instagram and YouTube, let me know. I'm happy to make those clips for you guys. And well, I'm making them already. I'll just show you guys my process, and you guys can just kind of peek in while I'm making them and see what I'm doing. If you guys like that kind of thing, I'll show you that. So we'll bring you that again, guys. If you're just joining, we got Netanyahu just walked into the White House, and we're gonna keep an eye on that because we want to see the questions and answers, and I'm gonna see him have a meeting with Trump. So here's an update on the school shooting. I'm gonna bring it back here so you can watch this. Ready? Here we go.
Mass shooting and fire that engulfed the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Sunday in Grand Blanc, Michigan.
We have an active shooter at the church, and PD's on scene saying the building is also on fire.
Investigators say 4 people were killed and at least 8 others injured.
I can confirm at this time that the FBI is now leading the investigation and is investigating this as an act of targeted violence.
Authorities say the suspect, a 40-year-old Thomas Jacob Sanford, rammed this pickup truck through the church's front doors. Then, armed with an assault rifle, opened fire at hundreds of congregants.
So, guys, a little context, the stuff that we do know. I believe it's a 42-year-old male. You just saw his picture. I want to pull his picture back up on the screen here. This is him, I believe, with his child. They said he came in with this camo. I don't know if it's this camo, but with camo gear or camo clothes on. And I believe he's a veteran, and I believe he had PTSD and some other things. And they said he was doing some kind of social media posts against the church. And we'll keep listening.
Thomas Jacob Sanford rammed this pickup truck through the church's front doors. Then, armed with an assault rifle, opened fire at hundreds of congregants packed inside for Sunday services.
We got children inside too.
The first calls to 911 at 10:25 a.m.
Just saw a guy with a gun, and he started opening fire at everybody.
Paul Kirby ran outside after hearing a loud boom.
I'm sure it'll hit me later tonight just how close I was to possibly dying. Once I got with my family, gave them a big hug, and it's just the fear of losing them was extremely difficult.
One survivor, still in his blood-stained shirt, telling our ABC affiliate WXYZ the suspect was wearing camouflage and shot at his car as he tried to flee.
He pointed his gun at our car and fired 3 shots. 2 of them went through our windshield and just missed me, and luckily everybody else.
Police say the suspect also set the building on fire, plumes of black smoke filling the sky. And investigators say they located suspected explosive devices linked to the suspect as well, teams working to safely clear the heavily damaged building.
We do believe that we will find additional victims once we have that scene secure.
The terror lasting an agonizing 8 minutes until authorities shot and killed the gunman, who officials say was a former Marine and an Iraq War veteran. A spokesperson for the LDS Church telling ABC News places of worship are meant to be sanctuaries of peacemaking, prayer, and connection. We pray for peace and healing for all involved.
Our church is gone. I joined the church 38 years ago. To see somebody would do this to my church.
And all this comes at an already difficult time for the church. Their president, Russell Nelson, died on Saturday. He was 101 years old. Church members believe he was also a prophet. So this is an all-around tough time for this church community. George.
Alex Perez, thanks.
State Line, sorry to hear that, buddy. State Line says he had to...
We begin with Madeline Rivera.
Let's go back to this screen so we can make sure we catch Netanyahu walking in. And well, he did walk in, but we catch him in the meeting with Trump. There's a lot of questions that everyone's, curious about. Apparently, there's going to be something going on here with some kind of agreement to a ceasefire. So 21-point ceasefire. We'll see what that means. State Line, sorry to hear about your dog, man. He says he had to put his oldest dog down. Rough start to the day. Yeah, man, I'm not going to try to, not trying to make this all doom and gloom, man. So just wanted a quick update on that. And so that we at least have, some information about the shooting. And I'm going to keep, looking at that to bring us the latest if there is any new updates on it. So with that, we also going to go and see what we got going on. So this is going to happen any moment with this Netanyahu. So I'm going to keep circling back to this thing here. So just so you know, and then we've got a couple updates here. This is Netanyahu walking in right here. Nothing really happened.
President Trump, are you confident, sir, there'll be peace in Gaza anytime soon? And the 21-point plan, is everyone on board?
So we just...
Okay, guys, so that was Trump walking in, and now we're going to go through and look at some clips to get us warmed up for the day. So here we go. These are a couple clips that I have queued up for us. This is something I was curious about what your guys' thoughts are, so check this out. Let me put some sound on this.
Pledge for support.
So this guy goes around and hits up random people in the streets, and this is very recent. Here, let's put this. Let me actually go to the beginning to see what comes of this meeting. Yeah, Truth Behind the Smoke says, interesting to see what comes of this meeting. We are very curious about it. I know that a lot of meetings just happen, and we don't really get much information, but nothing really comes out of it. But we're hoping that it looks like this is one of those big ones, so something that might change things. So anyway, I'm going to play this clip. Let me know if you've heard this or seen this before.
Are you planning on voting for Zohan Mamdani? It's just a pledge for support.
Absolutely.
Amazing. And then I just have to read you at least 3 of his policies. Take 2 seconds.
I'm very aware of them already.
Oh, and you like them all?
Yes,
okay, cool. All right, so you're cool with taxing whiter neighborhoods?
Yes.
Are you white?
Yes.
Do you think that's race baiting?
No.
Really? Yeah, it's fine. Who cares? Okay, he's openly discriminated against Italians, but whatever.
I'm Italian.
Yeah, dude, literally, honestly, pizza's not even that good. Okay, and then he won't sign Holocaust remembrance legislation.
You know.
Do we need to remember? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, have a nice day. Thank you. This is insane.
Did you guys see? Have you guys seen that? So that's one of those. That's one of those clips. Here's another clip I was going to show you guys. Won't let me forward this one, so I won't show you that. But here's something interesting, and it made a lot of sense.
Who do you think is the next leader of the Democratic Party? I mean, for the foreseeable future, the person who's running the Democratic Party now is going to be running it. That's Donald Trump. I mean, the only thing they know how to do is be against whatever he is for. And so there is no leader of the party except for Trump. The beating heart of the Democratic Party is if Trump is for it, we're against it, and you throw a little socialism on the side. That's
Guys, what do you think about that? Is that accurate? Is Trump the beating heart of the Democratic Party? It feels like that a lot of the time. Should I play it again? Let me play it again.
Who do you think is the next leader of the Democratic Party? I mean, for the foreseeable future, the person who's running the Democratic Party now is going to be running it. That's Donald Trump. I mean, the only thing they know how to do is be against whatever he is for. And so there is no leader of the party except for Trump. The beating heart of the Democratic Party is if Trump is for it, we're against it, and you throw a little socialism on the side. That's basically how they. All right, thanks. Want to know? I know. Who do you think is the next leader?
Guys, what are your thoughts on that? I see here, yes, he is. So true. Yeah, he was a vet, served a tour. Okay. Okay. Aquariums is letting us know about I believe, the shooter. He was a vet, served a tour in Fallujah. I hope this is a wake-up call to our veteran services. They really take care of PTSD instead of half-assing it like we have been. State Line, do you agree with aquariums? I feel like State Line and aquariums, you guys would really get along with each other, to be honest. You guys are kind of very similar in a lot of ways. By the way, aquariums also wrestled in high school. We chatted earlier, so a couple days ago, right here. So we also have quite a few things in common. Elon for president, JD Vance next. There's a clip I have of who will be the next, who they believe will be the next, and I think JD Vance is what people are really believing will be the next president. Let's take a look. So here's Don Lemon, guys. I'm curious what people's thoughts are on this.
How I feel about it, if you want to know, he shouldn't have died. It was horrible. I don't believe in political violence. But that said, he wasn't a saint or a civil rights leader or icon, as you guys are making him out to be. Said a lot of offensive things. They're saying these offensive things are not offensive. They're not racist. They're not sexist. They're saying these things are just truth, that he was speaking truth. What do you say to that?
I don't necessarily agree that it was truth. With my sis over here, I believe that he was speaking division. A lot of the MAGA language, right, and causing division within our country.
But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country.
Why do you think it's so hard for them to understand? Because they just can't understand, like, what do you mean he was offensive? What do you mean he's racist? What do you mean he's sexist? Like, they just can't understand why some people are conflicted about what happened. And no, he shouldn't have died, but damn, y'all, as you said, y'all are doing too much.
Yeah, live by the sword, die by the sword. But I think it's hard because, like you said, you haven't walked a mile in our shoes. So sometimes it's hard to understand from another person's point of view, right, if you have not lived that life.
Yeah. It seems always harder, though, for us.
It is always harder for us.
It seems always harder, though, for us. I'm great. Good to see you. What do you think would happen to Charlie Kirk?
It's just messed up, totally messed up. You know, that was messed up. Like, nobody deserved that. He definitely didn't deserve that. He was a good guy.
You think he was a good guy?
I think he was.
You
Only
think?
Kirk good morals.
Captain Kirk. The what?
The only Kirk you recognize is Captain Kirk. I don't know Charlie Kirk. I don't know who that is.
You don't know who it is?
I don't know who that is.
I know who it was. Like, I
only know about him when
all of us have flaws. I can't really tell you what to believe in or how to feel. Like, everybody's having a human experience. Like, why knock him for having this human experience or what he believes in?
Even though this beliefs is what even though he says things that are anti-women, black, all that.
I can't judge him for that.
You can't.
I can't judge him for that. But I can use judgment. He didn't deserve that.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a human being.
Yeah.
You are very spiritual.
You know, yeah.
No,
I
you
can't
sound
go
like,
left. I can't go left with that.
No, you sound like, you mean left, going
yeah,
left,
like,
not left.
Because I'm
right.
humanity.
Yeah.
I'm humanity and left first.
How I feel about it, if you want to know, he shouldn't have died. It was horrible. I don't believe in political.
Do you guys on the left really like Don Lemon? What are your thoughts on Don Lemon? Don Lemon is just I don't know. He's been all over the place. So just curious, do you guys on the left like Don? Let's see. Stacy says, "OMG, the conspiracy theories about Charlie are so weird. Don Lemon is a journalist that a lot of people would argue is not doing a great job of actually doing what journalists do, and asking questions without interjecting what his own personal beliefs are, like you saw in this clip. Do you think this is good journalism?
Violence, but how I feel about it, if you want to know, he shouldn't have died. It was horrible. I don't believe in political violence. But that said, he wasn't a saint or a civil rights leader.
I'm not going to go through the whole clip again, but he does like preface his questions, or he asks his questions in a way that he's kind of like angling them, you know. So anyway, John Lennon was a singer. He's a has-been loser. Don Lemon needs a taste of his own rhetoric. One of the best clips was when Don Lemon interviewed Elon, and Elon was like, "What are you even talking about?" But it was a very weird interview. Probably one of the weirdest interviews I've ever seen. Anyway, so we're gonna go look at another clip here. Let's look at this one here.
Thank you again for taking the time, Director Patel, and for Chairman Jordan for holding this hearing. Thank you for depoliticizing the FBI and getting it back to its original mission as well. Director Patel, do you agree that we have a problem in the United States with politically motivated violence?
Absolutely.
And I very much agree. I think we can all agree that political violence is wrong, it's evil, regardless of which side it comes from, and that we can all adamantly and vehemently reject it, or we certainly should. But one of the things that we've noticed recently is that affinity and tolerance for political violence is not equally distributed on both sides of the aisle. In fact, right now, social media is filled with leftists who are cheering on the murder of an iconic conservative political figure, Charlie Kirk. And it's not just random people on Twitter doing this now. There's a YouGov poll released just a few days ago, which stated that 25% of those who identify as very liberal believe that political violence can sometimes be justified. That's far too many, is it not? It is.
One is far too many.
One is far too many. That's right. Only 3% of very conservatives said the same thing, and we can agree that 3% is far too many. But there's an astounding difference between 25% on the left accepting and tolerating political violence and 3% on the right. I would hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would also recognize that there is a systemic problem on their side of the aisle with tolerance for violence against people with whom they politically disagree, that there is a cultural rot on their side of the aisle that needs to be addressed desperately. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
One of the more astounding aspects of this is that it's not just people. This comes from the very top, from their political leaders. Just a few days ago, a member of Congress of this body, Ilhan Omar, shared a video on her social media account about Charlie Kirk's murder, and I'll quote what it said. It said, "Charlie Kirk was Dr. Frankenstein, and his monster shot him through the neck." In other words, Charlie had it coming to him, the words that he said naturally led to his assassination, I mean, that is a reprehensible thing for a member of Congress to say, to suggest, to promote in any capacity. And there are people across this country who are losing their jobs for far less than this. And that, by the way, is a just response to acceptance and tolerance of political violence. It's amazing to me that the political left today, who were the originators and the cheerleaders of cancel culture, now have the backbone to attack conservatives for defending their assassinated friend. But there's a key difference here. Democrats want to silence conservatives for speaking obvious, self-evident, ontological truths like that men aren't women and men can't get pregnant. That seems pretty basic. That seems like a basic truth that we should all be able to agree on. Republicans, by contrast, are recognizing that a constitutional republic depends on the free and open exchange of ideas that we can debate without violence, and that assassinating a political rival is evil, it's wrong, and it should not be glorified or promoted or justified in any way, including in the way that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar did. So, Mr. Patel, thank you again.
Okay, guys. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to go through on that. I mean, that was a pretty long clip, but guys, please be respectful. I just booted someone for saying something that nobody should be saying, man. That's not respectful. It's not cool. He said Charlie first, Trump next. That's not what we're trying to do here, man. You know, my motto on my channel is discovery through live streams. We're doing this together. We're watching all this stuff together. We're going through clips. We're going through news, and this is my page here, guys. If you have anything you want to share, please feel free to message me. I'll put it on. We can go through it. You know, this is very much our kind of a place to get together and talk about stuff, guys. So let's do that. Let's talk. Let's be respectful, and let's do our thing, man. Come on. So there's a few more clips I want to go through. There's one that I recently, I just made this clip. Not this one. So guys, if you're not aware, again, this is my Instagram. I mentioned this to you guys earlier this morning. If you guys want to watch me make these clips, I will, you know, do one of those sessions where I just put, you know, let you guys watch my screen while I'm making these clips. If that's something that you want, these are viral clips I make. They go pretty viral. I just made one yesterday, and I'll show you that one real quick. That one is right here. Let me pull this up. So this is the clip right here. If you look, this is Bill Maher, and it says, whiteness is toxic. And so I posted this yesterday. We're already at 212,000 views. And so I'm going to play this and let's talk about this a little bit, because he hits on a lot of things. And I noticed that a lot of people on the left also are chiming in and saying, hey, this makes sense. So for those of you that are on the left, which is the majority of you guys, you know, that are currently watching right at this second, let me know what your thoughts are about this. Okay, ready? Let me get the sound going.
Now, I don't think most liberals are insane, but neither do they make it clear they disapprove of the ones who are, and their cowardice in not marginalizing their own crazies has been their downfall. I couldn't get Neil deGrasse Tyson, a genius scientist and preeminent scientific voice in the media, to agree that it was ridiculous for Scientific American and The Atlantic to be claiming that separating sports by sex doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. Actually, it makes perfect sense. And there's a lot of stuff like that on the left. And when conservatives see it, they say, I'm sorry, we're just not going to go along with reinventing society, often pointlessly, even if we have to cancel democracy to do it. That's what they're saying. They see gender as only a construct and sex is assigned at birth, and they say, we're not doing that. Transing kids by self-diagnosis with no age limit, no parental notification, and no acknowledgement of social contagion, not doing it. Asylum now covers any reason for anyone to come to America. Not doing it. Homelessness is a lifestyle. Natural immunity doesn't.
Guys, just going to pause it right there really quick. And again, I want to go through this and I want to see, again, most of you guys that are viewing my channel are on the left. And I'm kind of curious about what your thoughts are about this. He just mentioned something, which is, giving asylum for just any reason under the sun, not doing it. What do you guys think about that? Do you think it's fair, or do you think that makes sense for us to kind of make a correction there on that? Because it feels like asylum is like anybody can walk into this country under asylum. And even if you're coming in legally, not illegally, legally, you just claim asylum because someone, said something to you and you're like, oh, my government's after me, or, they're hating on me in my country, so I'm coming over. So I need to come to America. What do you guys think about that?
Doesn't count anymore. Whiteness is toxic. Penises in women's prisons. Welcoming the intifada.
Whiteness, guys, whiteness is toxic. That's a big push on the left. It's like, white people are the cause for every one of your troubles. You guys, what do you guys think about this? Does that make sense to you guys? Is it crazy, or is Bill Maher nuts, or is he hitting it spot on? Yeah. Mama Lisa, are you on the left? You're saying you agree with it. There's nothing to think about. It's in the Constitution. Scapegoat, I think you should be allowed to speak. Europeans are allowed to. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
We're not doing it. We are ever going to get back to the old America. That's got to be the Democrats' part of the bargain. Stop coming up with radically new and often terrible ideas, and then in the next breath insist there be no debate about any of it. That if you don't see it right away and go along, you're bad, stupid, and deplorable. As if you were saying, duh, 2 + 2 = 5. Isn't that obvious? Yeah, it's obvious you can't add. You can't just say shit. Math is racist. Queers for Palestine. Looting is cool. Healthy at any weight? If the men's football team played the women's team, it would be a tie. You can't just say shit.
You can't just say shit, guys. Come on. I had this discussion on the stream yesterday or the day before, and I was talking about, I said, if I'm going to put together a basketball team, and I say that, you know what, if my life depended on me assembling a basketball team and winning games, I would choose black people on my team and black men on my team. Does that make me racist? Does that make me sexist, or whatever the term is? No. It is what it is. It's preference. I want to win, and it's reality. It's statistics. It's numbers. I'm going to win games. And someone said, no, not necessarily, and it's like, no, necessarily, yes, actually, yeah, that will happen. That's just what it is. It doesn't make me racist if I want to do that. If people do that, it doesn't make you racist. It's just reality. Why are the majority of the people in the NBA black? Why? There's a reason behind it.
You can, but it doesn't make it true, because you're not Harry Potter. Smug self-righteousness in the defense of some of the dumbest ideas to ever come down the pike is not a formula that's really working for you. Now, I don't think most liberals are insane, but neither do they make it clear.
So I'm going to play this one more time so that we can watch this and see, because I paused it a few times. So I want to play this one more time, guys, because there's a lot of my followers on the left and a lot of my friends and people, this resonates with people. So I made this clip yesterday, and here's a clip right here. It's already from yesterday, it's already at 212,000 views. You can see right here. And so there's a lot of discussion on this, a lot of comments on this, and we go through them. And I go through my comments, guys. So not every single one, but I go through a lot of them. And this is resonating with people on the left. So I want to play this.
Now, I don't think most liberals are insane, but neither do they make it clear they disapprove of the ones who are. and their cowardice in not marginalizing their own crazies has been their downfall. I couldn't get Neil deGrasse Tyson, a genius scientist and preeminent scientific voice in the media, to agree that it was ridiculous for Scientific American and The Atlantic to be claiming that separating sports by sex doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. Actually, it makes perfect sense. And there's a lot of stuff like that on the left. And when conservatives see it, they say, I'm sorry, we're just not going to go along with reinventing society, often pointlessly, even if we have to cancel democracy to do it. That's what they're saying. They see gender as only a construct and sex is assigned at birth, and they say, we're not doing that. Transing kids by self-diagnosis with no age limit, no parental notification, and no acknowledgement of social contagion, not doing it. Asylum now covers any reason for anyone to come to America, not doing it. Homelessness is a lifestyle. Natural immunity doesn't count anymore. Whiteness is toxic. Penises in women's prisons. Welcoming the Intifada. We're not doing it. If we are ever going to get back to the old America, that's got to be the Democrats' part of the bargain. Stop coming up with radically new and often terrible ideas, and then in the next breath, insist there be no debate about any of it. That if you don't see it right away and go along, you're bad, stupid, and deplorable. As if you were saying, duh, 2 + 2 = 5, isn't that obvious? Yeah, it's obvious you can't add. You can't just say shit. Math is racist, queers for Palestine, looting is cool, healthy at any weight. If the men's football team played the women's team, it would be a tie. You can't just say shit.
You can't.
I mean, you can, but it doesn't make it true because you're not Harry Potter. Smug self-righteousness in the defense of some of the dumbest ideas to ever come down the pike is not a formula that's really working for you.
It's not working. It's not working for the Democratic Party. It's really not. So, and I mean, here we'll just on the back of that reel. Here we go.
I listened to Kamala Harris for 90 seconds, and I actually feel like I've gotten dumber in the process, and I have no idea what she actually believes. That's the problem with Kamala Harris, and it's going to continue to be her problem unless she actually learns how to develop a viewpoint, articulate it for the American people. Just say what you actually believe. Don't do this word salad, talking around in circles. It doesn't work, and it's why she didn't win.
She is now blaming the campaign, her loss, for the fact that it was short. That's one of the main things she cites. She had more time, could have gotten more traction. Your reaction to that?
My reaction is if you look at the polling, both the public and the private polling, the problem is not that Kamala's campaign was too short, it's that it was too long. That when people actually listened to what she had to say, her polling went down and down and down. I think that if we had a 150-day campaign, we probably would have had 3 additional Republican senators, and Donald Trump would have won by an even bigger landslide, because the more people know about Kamala Harris, the more they realize there's no substance. I listened to Kamala Harris for 90 seconds, and I actually feel like I've gotten dumber in the process.
Yeah, so it must be tough. Guys, so those of you on the left, did Bill Maher resonate with you guys? Did that hit home for you guys a little bit? What did you guys think about that? Let's take a look here. Play this video next time someone tells you it's both sides.
The Lee Zeldin stabbing attempt, left wing or right wing? Left wing. The Covenant school shooting in Nashville, left wing or right wing? Left wing. The Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt on President Trump, left wing or right wing? Left wing. Burn down cities during the Summer of Love in the George Floyd riots, left wing violence or right wing violence? Left wing. The Waukesha Christmas Parade massacre, left wing or right wing violence? Left wing. The Trump International West Palm Beach assassination attempt, left wing. The Abundant Life Christian school shooting, left wing. The United Care CEO's murder, left wing. Tesla's burned, keyed, damaged, firebombed, left wing, left wing. The murders at the Israeli embassy, left wing. The ICE facilities firebombed, left wing. The Minnesota Catholic school shooting, left wing. The anti-white Charlotte and North Carolina stabbing, left wing. The attempted Utah News State firebombing, left wing. And now, of course, the culmination of this vile trend, a left-wing assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I would point out, we've heard years of the left, their loudest voices calling anyone on the right extremists, MAGA Republicans, fascists, Nazis, an existential threat to democracy. Check yourself. And don't give me this both sides bullshit.
So does that resonate with you guys on the left? Bill Maher says, nah, he's snide. Are you guys replying to that? No, he got the, let's see here. Not at all. Okay. He's lying. I don't know if you guys are, yeah. Okay, let's watch this right here.
Vance is a shapeshifter. And for it and start J.D. Vance is a shapeshifter and a shifty guy. He understood that his default meanness wouldn't play against Tim Walz's sunny disposition. When Tim fell for it and started nodding and smiling at JD's fake bipartisanship, I moaned to Doug, "What is happening?" I told the television screen, "You're not there to make friends with the guy who is attacking your running mate."
Who you helped pick. Here to react, Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Stephen, you know, we always have you on for these really serious issues, but you had to endure these 107 days along with all of us out there in the regular world. But what kind of a judge of...
You guys are talking about AI. I don't know why you guys keep talking about AI. There's no AI. I'm not AI. The clip's not AI. That was Kamala Harris. I believe she was reading her book. She just put out a new book called 107 Days. That's Kamala Harris's brand new book, because she needs to put something out to make some kind of a cash flow, some kind of an income. She said that basically, and it's good that I'm explaining this because that's what this clip is about. Let me actually show you a picture of her in her book here, Kamala Harris book. So this is Kamala Harris's new book, guys. If you're curious, this is what her book looks like. She, I think, was reading her book. I think she reads it to you, and that's what that soundbite was. Okay, and so here's her book. She wrote a book called 107 Days. She basically blamed her losing the election. Losing the election to the fact that she only had 107 days. But the argument is that 107 days, if she had more than 107 days, it would have been even worse for her, because the more she talked, the worse it got. And you guys remember she barely spoke, whereas Donald Trump was just doing circles around everybody at that time. And I mean, he still does. The guy doesn't sleep, man. I don't know how he does it, but and I'm a machine myself, to be honest with you. And when I look at Trump, I'm like, dude, how is this guy everywhere, every time, every minute? And he's going to be here. We're going to see him in a second here. He's with Netanyahu. They're holding a bilateral meeting. This is them. This is the live view of the White House right now as it sits. Netanyahu just showed up. He's in the White House. So we're going to go to this as soon as they go to where they start asking questions and stuff. We're going to go to this cut, okay? But this is Kamala's book. She said that 107 days wasn't enough. Here's Stephen Miller's take on it.
Of people as she is she? She's trashing her former VP and pretty much anyone else who got in her way.
Yes, well, I think the most important point is that Kamala's biggest advantage as a candidate was the fact that she was put late into the race, because it allowed the media to build this huge psyop to portray her as being bright and intelligent and gifted and talented. Time was her enemy. If she'd been running for 1,000 days, she would have finished at 10%. President Trump had to demolish her in 100 days, which took extraordinary skill to do. But let's also not forget, she was the vice president for 4 years. She wasn't some random lady off the street. She'd been running for the presidency as the vice president for the whole entire campaign. America knew her, and when they got to know her better, of course, because of President Trump's skills as a campaigner, she collapsed.
But Stephen, I think you're really selling her short, because There are moments when the eloquence is almost too much to take. Watch.
I will confess to you, this might be a book of confessions in this interview. I will confess to you, I do not have all the answers, Joy.
Yeah.
I mean, part of my reflection is that I don't have all the answers, especially now.
Stephen, that should have been on a bumper sticker. I don't have any answers.
Yeah, it's not really possible to decipher what her meaning is. But it just goes to the fact the Democratic Party isn't about candidates or individuals. It's a machine, right? Joe Biden is a void. He is an empty vessel. Kamala Harris is a void. She is an empty vessel. Chuck Schumer is a void. He is an empty vessel. The Democrat Party is an organization. It is a structure that delivers the exact same policies no matter who is in charge. Open borders, violent crime, domestic terrorism, high taxes, socialism, and unilateral economic surrender around the globe. That's what the Democratic Party is. And they choose nominees like Biden and like Harris. By the way, President Trump's the first candidate in history to beat 2 general election candidates in one race, because they know that if they get elected, the donors will control them, the media will control them, the special interests will control them, the bureaucracy will control them.
Stephen, I want to move on to this news that the
All right, so let's go back and check on Netanyahu and Trump. They're still here. Someone says here why he didn't mention any of the right-wing violence, because he was proving a point that majority, almost all of it is coming from the left side. That's why. Steve Clark is we love Trump. Keep going. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we are still waiting for Trump. This is still Trump and Netanyahu. That should be a really good meeting. And what do you guys think about what this girl says here? Let's go back to right here.
Go.
I'm more so, I feel like this is gonna ruffle some feathers and kind of get me
Oh, ruffle some feathers?
ruffle some feathers.
Don't worry about it. You gotta tell the truth. Jesus ruffle feathers all the time.
I wanted to agree with you. It was a conversation you were having with the other dude. I feel like as black people, we do victimize ourselves a lot. I see it in our community, and I used to be one of those black people who were like, I really like almost had this hatred for white people because that's what all they were showing me, until I actually went out and I started to go places and I started to see interacting with white people, and I was seeing how not every white person was bad, and it was shocking me how they were so nice. And so basically I just want to say slavery, that is a very sensitive topic. However, my personal opinion is that we're in 2024, and it's a new time. And I'm not saying forget about it, but I just feel like we as black people shouldn't just sit around and mope about it all day. Every time I get on another social media platform, all they talk about is slavery. And I understand that is very important. It's a very sensitive topic, and I don't want to be desensitive to it, like insensitive to it, but I understand it. However, I just feel like it's more to us as a black community.
Yes.
Like in schools, all they teach us is we are known as the people who were oppressed. I feel like we are a very creative people. We are very fun. We play a very key role in the making of America.
I'm going to just pause it really quick. Accidental Farmer says, why is this still a topic in America? Good question, man. Or I don't know if you're a man or woman, but they use this a lot. You see Obama, you see a lot of people discuss racism and try to, show the inequities of black people and of other, minorities, so that they can kind of get voters and things like that. And so they keep pinning us against each other, and they bring up the past, but they only talk about negative things in the past. And I get it. They want to get voters, I mean, it is what it is. But at some point, when do we as people wake up You know, that's the questions. When do we figure it out? Like what she's trying to say here. I mean, this is one of those things. It's like, yeah, we get it. You know, the slavery thing was a thing, but another thing is that we were one of the first countries to abolish slavery. We fought each other over it. We literally fought each other over it. And then here's the other part that's very interesting is it's the Democrats that are the founders of the KKK. They're the founders and like the developers and creators of slavery. They were the ones that did not want to they were against abolishing slavery. A lot of people don't know that. And I'll play that as well, but that's a reality. And if you guys don't believe me, let me know. I'll pull it up for you guys. And so here, let me continue this video.
America today, in society today, and I just feel like we are more than just slavery. We are more than just the people who were killed. We are more than just a people who were once illiterate. And you know, a lot of people can argue about, you know, black rights, but I definitely feel like it went downhill once we decided to dwell in civil rights, because I feel like they only do what, in some sense, to an extent, they can only do what we allow. 100%. How we had schools, but we chose to mope around and, you know, cry about them not letting us into their schools. Yeah. It's like we have to make it like we have to, like you said, we have to use the cards that we have and play the cards that we're dealt. Like, I just feel like constantly staying stuck in this victim mindset that every white person is out to get us. I just feel like it's very.
We agree. We agree. You know, it's interesting because I would imagine that every single person standing here would agree with you, right? I mean, I don't know how trying to get black people exposure as being greater than just this victim mentality, how is that bad? You know, we know about the martyrs, but we don't know about the successful black people that have done so many great things in America. Like the automatic transmission in a motor vehicle today, a black man made it. The stoplight, a black man. Black people have invented so many things. We don't know who invented what, but we know who the last one that got killed by a police officer. George Floyd got so much coverage, which I think what happened to him was wrong. But my God, they made a statue out of the guy. But they won't even talk about Ben Carson. Most people don't even know who Ben Carson. I mean, I won't say most. I hope that most people know who Ben Carson is.
I don't even know who that is.
Raise your hand if you know who Ben Carson is. Oh my God, that's insane. You guys don't know who Ben Carson is right here? Y'all know who Ben Carson is? He ran for president. He is one of the greatest black men to ever live. And it's crazy that we know George Floyd, but we don't know Ben Carson. It's, you know, Ben Carson, a neurosurgeon, he the first person in world history to separate conjoined twins at the head. Nobody in the world has ever done that. Ben Carson was the first.
I didn't know that about Ben Carson.
He's one of the greatest men that lived. He's brilliant. He came from humble beginnings. His mama was poor. His mama couldn't read. That guy had an incredible story, and we should know him more than we know these other people.
Yeah, and I feel like
it does. So you know who he is. Good.
Yeah,
good.
And I just feel like, you know,
I'm
as
real
a
hip. I know what's
society,
going on.
we should magnify black success more than we talk about black oppression. And you know, I feel like we as a people, I feel like there's a spiritual warfare on a human race, not just black people, because we're not the only people in time who's ever been oppressed. Like, there's other races that has been through things too. It's just that we magnify ours more and we, you know, kind of dwell in that a little more.
That's a great point she brings up. I'm gonna just rewind that just a second. That's a great point. And there's a law. I mean, here, let me just play.
Talk about black oppression, and you know, I feel like we as a people, I feel like there's a spiritual warfare on a human race, not just black people, because we're not the only people in time who's ever been oppressed. Like, there's other races that has been through things too. It's just that we magnify ours more and we, you know, kind of dwell in that a little more. You know, I just feel like all in all.
You have a question in there? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just want to say, I really just want to say something because I just feel like it's kind of.
State Line here says that we have some highly notable people in our history that were black. A handful of our first presidents come from black descent. Yeah, there's a lot that people don't know about State Line that is legit, man. It's a great part of the history of our country that came from black and from black people. And there's, I mean, I always tell people, man, read Thomas Sowell. And I'll play something from Thomas Sowell at some point here soon. Thomas Sowell is probably one of the most influential black people in my life, I would say, as far as when you talk about economics, you talk about culture in our country, you talk about a lot of things. And I'll go through and I'll show you guys Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell is one of those guys that Charlie Kirk recommended we read his books. And a lot of where Charlie Kirk got his information was from a black guy named Thomas Sowell. So I'll show you guys soon, as soon as this clip is over.
Kind of crazy to, I just feel like division is stupid.
Right, and let me tell you this. When people say, is America racist? I don't think systemically America is racist. I think that there's people that are unsuspected actors that are racist against black people, and they are our friends, our allies. Yeah. The Democrat Party, people do not know the history of this. I didn't. I had to learn this. They're the party of slavery. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment that was signed was unanimously supported by Republicans, not Democrats. Right. Democrats filibustered the Civil Rights Act.
Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. I actually didn't know. I did not know that. I'm not going to act like I did. I did not know that. Wow. See, Democrats were against the abolition of slavery. They were against the abolition of slavery.
Democrats were the party of slavery. They used the KKK as the
I was in the Democratic Party not long ago. Not long ago at all. Very recently. I did vote in the last election for Donald Trump, but prior to that, I was on the left. And I didn't know about a lot of this stuff. Why? Because I was indoctrinated since I was born. Since I grew up, I'm born and raised in Southern California. And so that led me to become indoctrinated into politics. My parents always told me, don't get involved with politics, don't talk about it, just go about your life, figure out how to be successful, work hard, and that kind of stuff. They said, don't do politics, won't get you anywhere. And I wish I would have learned about politics earlier, but I didn't dive in. I just let the world control my mind. And I became a lefty. And it wasn't until very recently that I woke up.
Democrat enforcement arm. And then they say the party switch and they get away with it. It's insane to me. Yeah. Let me tell you this. If you loved black people, what would politicians do? Not give you a handout. They'll go down and look at that school and say, why is this school failing? Yeah. Let's get people an adequate education so they can perform. And they don't want to do that. They want you to be ignorant. Yeah. They want you to have poor schools. They want crime to be rampant in your community. They put abortion clinics on every corner. They got a liquor store on every corner. They put drugs in the community because they know people are going to sell it to each other. All of this. And what do? We call them our ally.
And they just
let me say this one thing. If a person tells you that that white supremacy or white privilege is a thing, that person's lying.
Cool Ed says he woke up watching Fox News. No, I woke up and realized that the main top 3 reasons why I was a Democrat actually were not even true. One of them was freedom of speech, freedom of expression. And when I realized that Democrats were actually censoring their political opponents the whole time, when I found out for myself, searching online myself, because I'm an internet guy. I'm big in technology and stuff. My companies that I run are heavily technology based. I realized, dude, they're literally censoring us. Freedom of speech. If it doesn't go in favor of the left, they censor it. They removed accounts, dude. They removed the account of the sitting president of the United States. That was nuts. That was one of the main reasons. There's more, and we'll go through it. You guys are welcome to ask me more questions. I'll tell you about myself, but it's not from watching Fox News. I actually watched Fox News after I changed over to the right. Charlie Kirk was influential. Thomas Sowell, a lot. So yeah. And this is what I'm talking about right here. This right here. This is what I'm talking about. This happened. Biden used the FBI to shut up the people on the right. That, dude, as a Democrat, I was like, this is not what I'm here for. This is not what I'm voting for. It just wasn't, man. It just wasn't that. I mean, and then I thought it was all a lie, bro. Of course, I was like, oh, you lefties going crazy against Trump. I would sit down and have dinner with friends and trash Trump. That was me, bro. Like, I laugh at myself now. I crack up when I listen to myself from back in the day. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They hate you, and they want you to always feel inferior to white people.
Yeah.
There is nothing. Hold on, wait a minute. Be respectful to the young lady here. If you got a question, you can go next. Okay, just be respectful to the young lady. So, if they really was honest, they would encourage young black people to feel and believe that they're just as good as anybody else.
Right.
Not tell you that some white person somewhere is better than you.
Yeah.
I mean, white people poor too.
Yeah, yeah.
And you guys who are at this university, especially speaking to the black people, what a white person on campus can do that you can't do.
Yeah.
You go to the same classes, you have the same teachers, you have the same books,
Same
you have the same
opportunities.
24 hours a day.
Yeah.
And many black people at this university, hopefully I'm talking to a few of them, that you will make straight A's at this school.
Right.
And you will have a great education. And you will pick a major that's going to be a great investment for your future. And you're going to go on in this country and you're going to dominate.
Right.
You're going to be great. You're going to raise a family. You're going to do all those things because nobody can stop you.
Yeah.
That should be the message.
I agree.
But instead, that's not the message.
Yes, I agree with that. Just one thing, I do feel like because we're black, we do have we have a lot more challenges than, but I do feel.
He says, what's your thoughts on Trump pushing FCC? I don't agree with what the FCC commissioner said. I don't think Trump pushed him to do that. And but I will agree with you, and I'll say what the FCC commissioner said is not, I don't think that's cool. But for those of you that say Jimmy Kimmel got canceled because of Trump, and Trump is shutting down freedom of speech, my response to you is this. Trump has been talking about these Jimmy Kimmels and all these talk show hosts and all these other talk shows and mainstream media for years. Why didn't they get canceled before? Trump's been going off on these guys for years. Why didn't they get canceled before? Because it's not Trump that did it. It's their private companies. And to be quite honest with you guys, I can pull up information and show you. I've done it before. The stats are there. You can even Google it for yourself. These talk shows like Jimmy Kimmel were in the hole. They were negative. If you own I own multiple companies. If I'm losing money for 2 years in a row in a business, I'm going to make an adjustment or a change. I'm going to figure what the heck is going on. I'm not going to sit around and just let it continue to perpetuate the way it's going. I won't do that. That's just crazy talk. That's just crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? So think about this, you guys. Jimmy Kimmel's losing money and Stephen Colbert is losing money. And we can just go down the list because it's all online. We can literally search and pull up the numbers. They're all losing money, and the networks or their leaders of their business, the people running their companies are going to be like, yeah, let them keep doing exactly what they're doing. It makes no sense, bro. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Wayne Collector says Jimmy's net worth is $50 million. Jimmy's net worth is not the profit of the company. Jimmy may have a great net worth, but if the company's losing money on his show, if they're in the hole, you want me to pull up stats? I have the stats, bro. I literally saved it. I pulled it up the other day, and I was going to make a reel, and I made better reels because I was just bored of it, to be honest with you. But I have this stuff. I literally have it. I can pull up the stats. I literally have it. Let me see. I'll literally pull this up for you guys. You want to see it? Where is our beautiful Jimmy Kimmel and the talk show? All the talk show host stats. I have them all. I have them all. Where are they? Where are they? Did I delete them? Don't tell me I deleted them. Don't. Oh. I have the video. It's not that fun, but I have the video I made. I didn't even post it. Look at this. Okay, here we go. How do I do this? We're going to go here. And I'm going to go here. Okay, so here's the reel. You guys want to see this? Here, let me pull this up for you guys. Let me bring this into our live. And I just got to do a few things. You guys want to see stats? I'll show you stats. I'll show you stats right now. So next time people tell you that Jimmy Kimmel, why did they cancel Jimmy Kimmel? Oh, freedom of speech is under attack. Trump. Let me show you. Let me show you guys. Let me show you here. Next time, so you know. So you could tell them. So you could tell them next time here. Just name the stats, and then we're gonna go. This is called Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, so here. Just hang tight, guys. I'm gonna pull it up right now. I found the stats too. I do have the stats.
Trump's been giving us his opinion on talk shows for years.
So let me.
Why didn't they get canceled before?
Let me see
because
if
of
I can
this.
put this.
These are Jimmy Kimmel's ratings. If you look in the blue, they're in the toilet. Here are the profits and losses. The brown line shows profits and losses. 2025, year's not even over. You're at $25 million loss. They are out of touch. It's like the Democratic Party. The reason they lost the election and continue losing. They do the same thing over and over again, lie to the people, and they expect a different result. It just doesn't work that way. On top of so many other things, you're out of touch with Charlie Kirk. More people on your side like Charlie Kirk than you thought. And your numbers being in the toilet, plus you continue to lie and say it was a MAGA person that shot Charlie Kirk, plus you continue to be out of touch with what's going on, what people are feeling, is the reason why you're gone.
All right, so you guys got that? I was looking at some. Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear that sound for some reason. It wasn't coming through. But did you guys get that now? Did you guys see the stats? Was that clear? Was that clear to you? Little Tupac. Is that clear enough for you? Oh man. So I'm gonna pull those stats again. So next time someone tells you that it's Trump that canceled Jimmy Kimmel, just let them know. There's information out there, guys. You could look for yourself. There's plenty of information out there. Here. These right here, guys, are the stats. Okay? So when you look up top, when you look at 2023, these are talk show, these are typical stats for talk show hosts from 2015 to 2025. Okay? Estimated typical numbers. You can pull this up. I think the data, late nighter and all this different stuff. You can look this up. Okay? This is all online. Okay? This is why they cancel these shows, and that's why, dude. Here's what you really have to ask yourself: if you're a network, if you're a media company, your business, you're a private equity company, or you're a private company, right? Look at these numbers. 2020, look at the brown. The brown number is the actual profit or loss. And when you get into the 2023, it's a very tiny loss. You're like, whatever, but it's a bad trend. 2024, bro, we're losing money. 2025, wow, we're 25 million in the hole and the year's not over. Or no, that's estimated. 25 million in the hole, bro, and you're not doing nothing? Come on. And you want to say, oh, Trump is canceling freedom of speech and it's in danger and freedom of expression. Please, bro, please, spare me. Spare me, bro. So Trump didn't do it. FCC commissioner didn't do it. It should have been. The question is, how do you lose money and keep doing the exact same thing? Makes no sense. It makes no sense, bro. It should have. They should have been changing something, anything. Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, change something about what you're doing. Anything. Some part of your show. Bring in some other stuff. Talk about bring in more people from the right, even if you don't agree. Maybe don't lie, which they were doing. That's why Kimmel tried to push the fact that it was not a lefty, that it was actually a MAGA person that shot Charlie Kirk. That's what he said, right? Don't lie. You act like your viewers are dumb. Your viewers aren't dumb, man. Your viewers aren't dumb, bro. Like they see, believe me, if I was on the left too, and we know when it's dumb. We do like it that you're egging us on and we're in our echo chamber, when I was on the left. We yeah, you're speaking to us. Okay, great, all this stuff. But when you're lying or when you're just being over the top and you act like we're dumb, it doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't make any sense to me, man, whatsoever. So that's what I think is like, dude, just stop. Like, you got a whole show, bro. You got people in the background coming up with all your comedy and your lines and all your skits and everything you're doing. This is the best you can do? That's all you got? You got this whole thing, bro, set up. Dude, you got this whole thing set up. That's the best you can do? Come on, Stephen Colbert, which I used to like a lot. Come on, Jimmy Kimmel. Come on. Put whatever name behind that you want. Like, that's the best you guys got? Come on, man. You can do better than that. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they ran out. Maybe what this guy says is true right here. Maybe the whole reason they were doing anything was this.
Who do you think is the next leader of the Democratic Party? I mean, for the foreseeable future, the person who's running the Democratic Party now is going to be running it. That's Donald Trump. I mean, the only thing they know how to do is be against whatever he is for. And so there is no leader of the party except for Trump. The beating heart of the Democratic Party is if Trump is for it, we're against it, and you throw a little socialism on the side. That's basically how they work.
All right, thanks. Want to know? I know.
Who do you think is the next leader of the Democratic Party? I mean, for the foreseeable future, the person who's running the Democratic Party now is going to be running it. That's Donald Trump. I mean, the only thing they know how to do is be against whatever he is for. And so there is no leader of the party except for Trump. The beating heart of the Democratic Party is if Trump is for it, we're against it, and you throw a little socialism on the side. That's basically how they work.
All right, thanks.
Is that true? Maybe they can't do better. Maybe all they got is let's wait to see what Trump says, and then we'll just bash on Trump, who is your daddy. That's your daddy, bro. I don't even follow this guy. I just save this clip. Should I follow this guy? Balfour? I don't even know who this is. Who is this guy? George Balfour Kinnear. Should I follow this guy? He's got as many followers as me. Should I follow him? He's got 1,000, 1,200 posts. Trump guy. See what he says, huh? Let's give him a follow. Let's go. Let's give him a follow. Trump is your daddy. So, I want to hear the rest of this. First of all, let's make sure Netanyahu is not holding his meeting yet. So Netanyahu, we're still staring at the front door of the White House, guys. So Netanyahu has already walked in. We're waiting for the meeting with Trump so we can hear some questions and answers from the media. He has an interesting take on different issues. I have to check it out, State Line. I followed him, and then I'll look up his stuff later. But let's finish this because I want to hear what the guys behind this guy behind her has to say. I want to hear what these other guys have to say. There's another guy that's going to walk up to the mic. I think it's this guy. So I just want to hear this. Let's hear, because we heard she's kind of figuring it out. So let's figure it out. NZ Uncovered, hello, how are you?
Like we all do have the same opportunities, like as white people. But I feel like, well, times are very different now. I mean, and I feel like a lot of black people are speaking from a more like.
Yeah, they're
they're speaking from a past, and it's like America has changed a lot today.
Right.
In some ways, I feel like that's not as significant, but I do feel like in some areas, in some instances, black people do have a little more obstacles
And
than
I
black
agree.
people.
I agree with you. And everybody has obstacles.
Yeah.
You know, we can't feel like we're just uniquely situated where we just have more issues than anybody else. Man, everybody got problems.
Yeah.
When I was a cop and I patrolled the poor white neighborhoods, they had the same issues that I remember growing up and experiencing. Just the only difference was they didn't have gangs.
Yeah.
It wasn't no gangs, but poor, ain't got no daddy, ain't got nothing to eat, on food stamps, terrible schools, getting judged at the stores.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a guy coming in with sores on his scratching his neck, man, the store owner like, this is a crackhead, it's a meth head. And they get discriminated against too in some cases. You know, one thing that I think that people should be talking about is classism. Racism is less of an issue in America than classism. If you are Tariq Hill,
I think we need less isms. We need to get over our BS and put our big boy, big girl pants on and go out there and go get what's out there for us. Everything's out there. Put your big boy pants on and go get it. There's no more isms. This ism, that ism. Now we got phobias and mobias and you're Islamophobic and you're this and you're that. It's like, bro, we're not, dude, just quit it. We're out here going after ours, dude. We're out here hustling. What were you guys doing on Sunday? Because I know what I was doing. I was here working my butt off the entire day. While all of my friends and family and everybody else was laying on the couch, which is fine. I'm just saying, like, just put your pants on and go. Wake up early. Get up and go do some stuff. No more isms, bro. Stop it with the isms. Stop. Exactly. None your business. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Tibble Kane is right. Entrepreneurship. You go from working 9 to 5 to working 24/7. That's being an entrepreneur. That's being an entrepreneur of your own life. Owning your own life, running your own business of your life. Your life is a business. Run it. Stop with the isms but before there was slavery, before there was this and bro, I mean, we could just go back. I mean, all I gotta do is pull up a Charlie Kirk clip and just talk about what every other race went through. I mean, guys, enough. Just put your pants on, get up and go work for it. Go do it. Dude, there's so much money to be made. Yeah, State Line, exactly. The cost of being the boss and succeeding. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, exactly. Stop messing around. Yeah, Yeah, what State Line says right here. Stop messing around, guys. Come on. Go get what's yours. It's all there, dude. You know why there's so many millionaires right now? Because everything's right there for you to go get. And every one of you that says, oh, but they had this upper hand. No, bro. Most of us don't. Majority of us don't. Majority of the people that have money don't. You know the owner of Amazon was adopted? Did you know that? And I could just keep going. It's a whole laundry list of billionaires that were actually not billionaires, millionaires. But I mean, guys, the hardship is what makes it. It's what does it. It's how you learn stuff. With social media, you think I grew on social media overnight? I got up and decided, oh, I'm going to have this many followers now. And magically I had them? No, bro. I lost followers for months before I started gaining followers. That's the reality. Old friends and high school friends and all this stuff ditch you as soon as they see you have an opinion or start being outwardly like expressing yourself in any way. Then you finally start gaining followers, but it takes a long time, bro. A long time. And through those hard times and all that long time and everything that it takes, you learn new stuff. Okay, that method didn't work. This method works. And all of a sudden you become an expert in your field. Do that, guys. Go be an expert in your field. Go pick a field and fail for months, for years. You pick a field and you fail for years and you become the expert. Yes, sir. State Line says there's no roadblocks in life except the ones we put there. You are your own worst roadblock. Tibble Kane, a company doesn't owe you just for being present on the clock either. You're damn right. Justify your existence, make the company money and learn skills. Take those skills and make your own company. Wonderfully said, bro. Amazing. What do you think I did? I was a freak of nature. I worked for other companies majority of my life, and I also created and started businesses while I was doing all this in the background. But when I went to work for companies, I was like a weird animal to these people in the companies. I would go in there and I had this laser focus and I was like in my work. I was like boom, 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 locked in. I was in it with my customers, in it with my management, in it with my teammates around me. I was in work. I was not showing up to work to figure out how I can talk about life and with my friends and my personal life and you're this and you're that and all this stuff. Not that I didn't do it. I'm personable. I'm human, but I had laser focus and I crushed. Everywhere I went, I did lots of sales in my life. Everywhere I went, I was killing myself to be the top salesperson or the top, whatever I was in the company, in my department. Why? Because I was eager to learn. Look at the name of if you go to my channel page on YouTube or Instagram, anywhere, my number one thing in my life is discovery. That's my favorite thing to do. I want to learn. I want to learn not only about what's out there in the world and how cool the world is, but I want to learn how to succeed. I want to learn how to become the expert in my field. Tibble Kane says, I like what Robert Kiyosaki said. I think he misspelled it, but Kiyosaki, not Kiyosaki. He said, if you're going to work a 9 to 5, work one where you can learn skills to grow your wealth. Exactly. Exactly. 100%. 100%. The more you know. My motto is discovery. My banner for my channels are discovery through live streams. We get on live streams, we look at the clips, we look at information, and we learn. We figure stuff out. And we talk about it. I want to know stuff. And then when I get out there and I talk to people and I talk to other experts, bro, now I know what I'm talking about, because and you guys will too. Now you guys are learning all this stuff. I'm loading your lips with information. Now, next time someone comes up to you and says, dude, look at Trump, man, he's destroying freedom of speech by getting rid of Jimmy, whatever his name is. And Stephen Colbert and all this kind of stuff. Now you know. I just showed you the numbers. You could tell them the numbers. Bro, and load your lips. Here's another thing. Next time someone tells you that, tell them this. For all those years that Trump was going nuts on the media and all these talk show hosts and hating on everyone and all that stuff and giving us his raw opinion and was out to, to give him his peace of mind and whatever he could do to him, did they once get canceled? No. Why didn't they get canceled before when Trump hated them so much? Because it's not Trump. Because they lost money. I showed you the metrics. I showed you the stats. They're losing millions of dollars for 2 years in a row. The last 2 years in a row, these talk show hosts were in the hole. And if you're a company, you have to change it. I'm so blown away they didn't change what they were doing on the shows. It makes no sense. Change what you're doing. Make some money. Come on. But that's what it is. I'm loading your lips. We're talking about it. We're talking to each other. I'm a seeker of truth. I don't care. We get there. I don't care if I'm proven wrong. I just want to get to the truth. None of your business. I agree, man. That's girl or man. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I agree. Look up war on drugs. 1 generation ago, he genuinely due to the war on drugs, they created a stream of. Okay, I don't know exactly what you're saying there, but so let's continue this clip. I want to hear what this guy in the back has to say.
You can drive, I don't know how many miles per hour and play the victim. Tariq Hill's rich. He can pay a ticket like it's nothing. Yeah. If you P. Diddy. Speaking of P. Diddy, how does this man go this long doing all that dirt and all of a sudden he get caught, I don't know how many decades later? Yeah. I mean, when you got money, you at a different level. I don't care what color you are. Right. You can afford a lawyer. So if you poor, white, black, or different, you get in trouble with the law, you get a public defender. And that same public defender suck for a black person and white person the same. I'm not saying all of them suck, but they're not equipped like if you had to pay for a person to defend you. Right. That's a poor thing. Rich people get away with doing stuff all the time. Right. They get away with these white collar crimes and all this stuff because they got the money to. Sorry, we have time for one more. Oh, one more.
Here we go.
Okay.
Come on, no, we can do half and half.
I'll let them do half and half.
We can do half and half. I'll go first. Yeah.
Go ahead.
What I want to say first is that I understand what you're trying to say, and I would like it if more Republicans were like you. However, some of the issues and some of your talking points, I feel like you're removing some context. Like even with the whole thing, you talked about Rosa Parks, how, her husband owned a car and all that. That's not the point. They were doing that to protest. Even if you do have a car, there are probably plenty of black people that did.
Did you hear the part that I said that we had our own bus line?
I know, but we shouldn't have that. Because you were talking about how everyone should be together, we should all unify. But if we stay separate, if we keep having black water fountains and white water fountains, white schools and black schools, we'll never have that unity. And even with these people out here, there are gay, trans people all over the place. And then you have like your little people in the background, oh, only 2 genders. Like you're not gonna make unity.
We're
You're
provoking
causing-
a conversation so people can come to the mic and have a conversation. That's what it is. If we don't have some issues out here for people to know where we stand or to provoke conversation, nobody's going to come and talk. So some of those things is to provoke a conversation. Let me talk about Rosa Parks. There's a difference between natural immigration or migration between the races and forced desegregation. When you force it, you cause animosity and chaos. When you let it be a natural thing, it happens a lot more smoother. In the South, even in places where there was discrimination on the law book, not everybody discriminated against each other. There was black and white people getting together all the time. It was certain places where they held true to those structural things that were Democrats put into place to cause division. I don't think that she should have forced that. I think that black people should have had their own bus line and became competitive, and then therefore they merged. Because that's the problem with our society is we gave up a lot of our own generational wealth trying to get in the bed with a group of people that didn't really want us at the time. We had resources that we forfeited. We had education systems that we could teach our own history if we wanted to, but we forfeited that to stage this issue that wasn't as prevalent as Martin Luther King and the others made it. It wasn't as prevalent. People weren't just killing each other in the Deep South. It was only isolated situations. That's why they traveled to Birmingham. That's why they traveled to hot spots to create chaos, to get us to where? Where did that get black Americans today?
I got to respond to Travis Scott here saying, go debate with some grown adults. These are kids, you coward. These are, first of all, these are people these are voters, first and foremost. Second of all, they are having discussions with adults, and they're also going and having discussions with people at school. The beauty is when you're a student, you got people like this and lots of other people that come to you. You don't have to pay for an entry ticket. You don't have to go drive anywhere. They come to you and they will talk to you. And that's a great thing. And I think that should be promoted, not what Travis Scott here is. Go debate. So you're saying don't talk to kids at all? I think that's the biggest problem with kids is nobody's talking to them. Definitely parents don't sit down and talk sense to them. Like this is the thing that people say about Charlie Kirk. Oh, he debated with bro. He debated with kids. He's debating with everybody. Everybody. Look at this. Look at this. Let me show you. Is this
It's
a
two
kid?
things. Number one, your upbringing in college campuses does not foster debate like it used to. It just doesn't. It's that it's about silencing the critic and the elevation of the victim. So you do not have the practice of robust having to defend your position. It's very monolithic.
Is that a kid he's debating? No, he debates everybody, bro. We talk to everybody. That's the point. Dude, this guy makes a great, or I don't know if you're a guy or girl, but CRXR makes a great point. Look at this. So they're old enough to go and fight and die for our country, but not old enough to make up their own minds. That's disrespectful argument. This is why I call it discovery through live streams. I like that. These are young adults, bro. You're exactly right. MKU says, is he debating or is that an interview? You can call it what you want. It's a podcast. They're sitting down having dialogue. This right here is them sitting down having dialogue. And yes, by the way, guys, I cried my eyes out. You guys can watch that if you want. This is these guys sitting down talking. Call it debate, call it interview, call it this, call it whatever you want. So those of you that want to say, oh, he's talking to call it to students, go talk to an adult. Nah. Stop, bro. Please get out of here with that. Please, bro. Please. Come up with a better argument for us. And we'll listen. I mean, we listen either way, but we give you our opinion. Here we go.
Are we more generationally wealthy than we were then? Is racism stopped? Is discrimination stopped? That stuff didn't do nothing. They tried to push a political agenda to benefit themselves and not really benefit black people.
Okay, so I guess like to talk about that. It's like even with like what you're saying right now.
Can you move a little closer to the mic so you can have it?
Even to like what you're saying right now today, we have all races of people at the same bus. And I understand like it should have been more peaceful, but sometimes you need to put force to get what we need.
I don't disagree.
Kathy Randall, why was Charlie not a good man, not a good person? That's a very subjective take. And that's based on how you chose to digest his dialogue. Why do you think he is not a good person, not a good man? Why?
With you. I disagree with how it happened, but I don't disagree with you
but
that
it needed to happen. Even if you disagree with me, it needed to happen. Because
I think it
even
would have
though
naturally.
MLK was peaceful, what happened to him?
No, I think
MLK wasn't as peaceful.
No, I think that
happened
we're
to
on
him?
the same page. MLK was not violent. Like
even if you disagree with me, it needed to happen. Because
I think it
even
would have
though
naturally.
MLK was peaceful, what happened to him?
No, I think
MLK wasn't as peaceful.
No, I
what
think
happened to happen.
With you,
And
I disagree.
Peaceful, but sometimes you need to put force to get what we need.
I don't
Like,
disagree with you.
and
I disagree with how it happened, but I don't disagree with you
but
that
it needed to happen. Even if you disagree with me, it needed to happen. Because
I think it would have
though
naturally.
MLK was peaceful, what happened to him?
No, I think
MLK. Sometimes you need.
Close to the mic so you can have it.
Even to like what you're saying right now today, we have all races of people at the same bus. And I understand like it should have been more peaceful, but sometimes you need to put force to get what we need.
I don't disagree with you.
and
I disagree with how it happened, but I don't disagree with you
but
that
it needed to happen. Even if you disagree with me, it needed to happen. Because
I think it
even
would have
though
naturally.
MLK was peaceful, what happened to him?
No, I think
MLK wasn't as peaceful.
No, I
What
think that
happened
we're
to
on
him?
the same page. MLK was not violent, like we saw in 2020 when people burning down places. That he was not violent. So MLK's approach was way different, which I respect his approach. I think that we should have desegregated. I just think that it should have been a more of a setup where black people were financially stable before we jumped over into these other people's stuff. That's the only thing. Me and you agree that we should desegregate. Me and you agree that it's great that we can all be on the campus together. We agree on that. I just think we should have let it naturally happen and get the government out of the way than for us to try to force the government to put their hand in it. People, I don't think would have been segregating themselves. The government mandated Jim Crow laws. That's the government is the problem. And what party initiated that? Democrats. Who still, and black people, 90-some% still vote for these same people that put in these racist laws in Jim Crow South. So, go ahead. I use your question because I could talk for 3 hours.
What Oopsie Poopsie is saying is not true. That's a false statement. He saw their color of their skin and that they were and assumed that because of the skin color they were a worse pilot. He didn't say that. He said, and I'll play it for you because it's in one of my clips that I just had. You want to see that clip? I'll show you. I'll show you that clip. I'll show you the clip. That clip is, I made a clip of some of my most viral Charlie Kirk clips. Here.
And when did your life become worthy of protection? Underqualified. Pilot, you won America. So when you...
Okay, so this is what you're talking, this is what Oopsie Poopsie is talking about. That's not true though. That's not how DEI works. Well, let's hear it from his mouth. Okay, this is my clip from Charlie. I made this. This is on my page.
Change is an existential threat to America.
Right,
so when you see a black pilot, you wonder, boy, is that person there because they earned it or because they were placed there?
Did you hear that? He didn't say they're the worst pilots. They're the worst. He didn't say that. That's what you said. Right here. Oopsie Poopsie says he saw someone's race and assumed that because of their skin color, they were a worse No, he didn't say that. He says it makes you think. Just like in I think I can't remember who it was, but one day I'll pull that up too. Just like, students actually came up and said because of affirmative action and DEI and stuff like that, when we walk around on campus at a prominent university, when this is a black person that was speaking about when she walks around or he walks around on campus, they said when we walk around on campus, we wonder when we see people look at us, we wonder, are they looking at us and wondering why we're here? Did we earn it, or are we here because we're black? And that's not cool. I'm telling you, it's not cool for either side. It's not. But that's not what Charlie Kirk said to this guy. This is the clip you're talking about. Yeah, because of DEI, he wonders about it. Let me play it again. Here we go.
Existential threat to America. So when you see a black pilot, you wonder, boy, is that person there because they earned it or because they were placed there? That's what DEI does. It makes you ask questions you otherwise would not ask.
The airline industry is going to take an unqualified person just based off diversity.
Underqualified, not underqualified.
Underqualified, whatever, uncertified, and then put them in a cockpit and risk people's lives?
Those are two different things. Under and un are two different things. Of course, United Airlines will not take someone off the side of the street and put them into a pilot. But in order to reach a 40% goal, they might cut corners. They might accelerate the process in order to reach a goal. We know this through all sorts of DEI examinations and projects over the last 10 years. You have to choose in life. Either excellence or racial quotas will end up being the most important. And both cannot simultaneously exist. You're a teacher. Yes.
Okay, so did you get that? That's what Charlie Kirk said. That's the clip that you're talking about. Oopsie poopsie. This concept of DEI is not true. I'll just tell you a very basic take on DEI. If you, for any reason, are looking at people's skin color when you're hiring them, it's wrong. We're all human. First of all, we're all human. Why are you looking at skin color? Just forget about skin color and how people look. Stop it with that altogether. And then you use DEI in a company, at a school, you use affirmative action, and then the black people that are there wonder themselves, did I get hired because I earned it or because of DEI? Do these people look at me and wonder why I'm here? I watch interviews. I watch interviews and I saw black people talking about this. They're like, dude, dude, I'm a 4.0 student. I got this crazy score on my SAT and all this kind of stuff. But when I walk around my university, because I'm black, people are not sure why I'm here. I'm not sure. Even though I know I'm a good student and I got a high score, I'm not sure why I'm here. Am I here because I'm good? Or am I here because of my skin color? That's the problem with DEI. Everybody's wondering what the hell's going on around us. We don't even know what's going on. Why am I here? Why are you here? And by the way, I'm a bigger minority than everybody. Well, not every single person, but I'm born and raised, I'm American, but my ancestors are Persian. So should I just go get anything you guys offer me? Should I just go after anything I want? Let me in. Knock, knock. You don't have enough Persians in your company. Where does this end, bro? Stop looking at people's skin color. Stop looking at how they look. Stop looking at their race, bro. Stop looking at ancestors. We're all human.
What is a woman?
What is a woman? Oh, buddy. All right. So we define gender as a set of preferences that you have. Gender is a set of preferences we have.
I'm gonna get back to this, but I want to, since we're on this kind of thing, I'm gonna go back to this other clip about this guy. So right here, ready? Hold on.
I mean, you make statements about black privilege, so can you explain that to me?
About 40 to 50% of all network TV commercials have a person of color right now. What percentage of America is a person of color?
About 13%.
Yeah, it's about so 13% of the population, nearly half of all the TV commercials.
Did you guys get that? We went so far with this thing that they're way overrepresented. Black people make 13% of the population of our country, yet they're in 50% or close to that number of all of our commercials. Watch a Disney movie, and not only are they black, they're black and they're gay or lesbian or they're like multiple things on top of each other, which is nowhere near the percentage of our country. In every family, on every Disney family, like whatever, someone's gay. It's weird. Do you guys get that? Isn't it so weird when you watch a commercial and there's 3 people on the screen, one of them has to be black. It has to be black. Has to be. I don't care. I'm a bigger minority than black people. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But it's just, how far are we going to go with all this stuff? Yeah, it's very weird. Same with the addition of LGBTQ+. It's prevalent with a lot of programs. It is. It's insane, bro. Thanks, David. Appreciate it, buddy. Disney goes after redheads too. Yeah. It's just out of control. Why is every commercial, it has to be one white guy, one Asian guy, and one black guy? I'm sorry, one Asian girl, one black guy. One Asian guy, one black girl. Why is that, bro? What are we doing? It's not even representative of our country anymore. It's not recognizable. It's okay. I mean, I don't care. But it just shows you about like the weirdness.
White people are still in the commercials.
Yes, but underrepresented as proportional, though. The point being,
the guy just said white people are still in the commercials. Oh my God, bro! I mean, honestly, there are many where they're not in the commercials too. Let's be honest about that. Let me play this again. This is just, and then you have people like Oopsie Poop or whoever these other people said, Charlie Kirk is mean. He's not cool. He's this. He's not a good man. Please, bro. Please.
50% of all network TV commercials have a person of color right now. What?
Can you explain that to me?
About 4.
Here we go. You make statements about black privilege, so can you explain that to me?
About 40 to 50% of all network TV commercials have a person of color right now. What percentage of America is a person of color?
About 13%.
Yeah, it's about so 13% of the population, nearly half of all the TV commercials.
White people are still in the commercials.
Yes, but underrepresented as proportional, though. The point being, I can give you another example. Easier to get corporate jobs. There are entire departments that are dedicated to just try and expand racial quotas.
Charlie Kirk was the moderate. He was the fucking reasonable guy in the room, you dummy. He wasn't a far-right activist. Are you kidding me? You have any idea what's out there? You think that was like the radical position? Charlie Kirk was the most moderate human being. He was a plumb line Republican. A plumb line Republican, as everybody who knows anything about anything knows, is 1 centimeter to the right of a plumb line Democrat. He was right just in the middle. You sit there and what do you think? You think this is a victory? Like for you? You think, oh, you took out a... Let me think this through here with all of my wisdom. I want to win a culture war. So what I did was I violently murdered the most high-profile moderate voice on the other side. Hey, geniuses, but summon all your wisdom together and tell me, do you think that is likely to calm things down, or might that lead to more radicalization?
Okay, since we're doing this and we're on Charlie Kirk and we're loving it right now, I'm loving it. I'm just gonna go to this one right here. That's too good.
Yes. What is a woman?
What is a woman?
This guy's a teacher.
Oh, buddy.
He's a teacher.
All right. So we define gender as a set of preferences that you have.
This guy is a teacher, guys. This guy's a teacher. Ready? Let's play this again. Ready?
Exist. You're a teacher. Yes. What is a woman?
What is a woman? Oh, buddy. All right. So we define gender as a set of preferences that you have. Gender is a set of preferences we have. Woman is a social construct that we've agreed upon. Typically, we imagine womanhood as makeup or whatever. It is.
We imagine womanhood as makeup or whatever. That's a woman is makeup. That's pretty jacked up to women, bro. All you have to say about you have a whole microphone to talk to the whole world, and you want to tell us that womanhood is makeup?
Or whatever. It is a social construct that we've agreed upon. Typically, we imagine womanhood as makeup or whatever. It is.
It's a teacher.
There is a difference between the word woman and being a biological female. Woman is a social construct that we use. Listen for a second. I'm telling you what it means. Woman is a social construct. We agree on these set of preferences. If I tell you that I'm a man, it's because I want you to know that I like these set of preferences. If I tell you I'm a woman, it's because I want you to know that I agree with these set of preferences.
Can men give birth?
Can men or can males? Because
when I do street interviews, I love asking this question. Can men give birth? That's what I do live street interviews, by the way, and they're a lot of fun when you have the right questions. That's one of my favorite questions to ask people.
Males can't. Listen for a second. If you listen to your bio professors, you would understand there's a difference between biology and what we think
So
about.
I want to thank you for proving a great point.
What?
You are why we should eliminate the Department of Education. Thank you very much.
Oh, man. Oh, dude. Okay. And then I'm going to put this despicable, horrible human. This is just a disgusting human. You can see the evil in his eyes. This clip, I made a clip of this guy, and it went crazy. And he's just a nasty human. And I'm going to play it, but here's the clip right. Let me show you. It's right. Where is this clip I made? This is on Instagram. Where are you? Oh, here he is. It's at 1.2 million views. That one went nuts. That's right here. Oh, looks like they might have the meeting with Netanyahu pretty soon. So we're watching this. We're going to watch and see what they have to say here. Okay, guys? So in a minute, I'm going to come to that. And for now, we're going to watch this Charlie Kirk clip right here, because this is a nasty human. Here we go. Ready? Go.
When did your life become worthy of protection?
When I became actually conscious and able to speak.
So like able to speak. So like 2 years old.
I think I was a bit earlier than that, yeah.
No, babies usually don't speak till about year and a half. So if I arrested you at 6 months, that's okay?
Yes.
And you're a bio student at UC Riverside?
Yes. Okay, so
let me ask you a question. Would you save 100 dogs' lives or 1 human life?
So I would save 1 dog over your life, but...
No, tell me why a human... and we'll close with this. The fact that he's a bio student at this university shows the horrifying moral rot happening in higher education, and Trump should defund all these schools as evidence. Thank you very much.
What happens in K through 12? What happens?
Do you guys see that? That's horrible. That was horrible. I would save one dog over your life. It's a nasty human.
Dog's life or one human life? Life or one. And you're a bio student at UC Riverside.
Yes. Okay, so
let me ask you a question. Would you save 100 dogs' lives or one human life?
So I would save one dog over your life, but
no. Tell me why. Human. I want, and we'll close with this. The fact that he's a bio student at this university shows the horrifying moral rot happening in higher education, and Trump should defund all these schools as evidence. Thank you very much.
Someone here, Ruby H, says this is a lot of cherry picking. No, it's not cherry picking. We're getting straight to the part of the conversation that we want to get to, because we don't. I'm not trying to have you guys listen to an entire 900 hours of video. Well, we're slamming it in, So that's what that is. Okay, guys. So we do have Netanyahu is about to have the press conference with Trump. He's at the White House right now. He already walked in. And so we're waiting to see what this is all about. Should be starting here soon. But until then, I'm going to play that one more clip with Charlie Kirk.
Just stay out of the water this week. And folks in the East, just be aware that flash flooding may happen.
What is this? They were in dire need of medical attention, and those people who came together in this community
and panic that the shootings might have been even worse than they obviously were. I want to thank Senator Ray. We know that the vast majority of folks with mental health challenges pose no risk to others. Emergency response team.
Okay, this is a different clip, but we're watching this one. This one here. Where's the one with? Okay, let's watch Charlie Kirk really quick, and we'll go. Charlie Kirk was debating kids. No, he was debating voters and people that, as CZHX was saying, they're old enough to go fight our wars, but not old enough to talk and have dialogue. And they were not all, they were young adults. And Charlie Kirk debates everybody plus kids, not just kids. And I showed you that. Here we go.
What happens in K through 12? What happens in
in most public schools in this state across the country? You're told to hate the country. You're told that America's systemically racist. You're not taught who Thomas Jefferson is, or James Madison, or John Jay, or the Federalist Papers.
Well, that's simply false. Name a school where they don't tell you who Thomas Jefferson is.
Do you think they teach Thomas Jefferson as a hero or a villain in most public schools across the South?
Who would you say Thomas Jefferson is?
Well, I mean, Thomas Jefferson was America's third president and the author of the Declaration of Independence, and an American hero. And by the way, every society has owned slaves up into America, but America started the end of slavery, thanks to people like Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, James Madison, John Jay. So, how many articles of the Constitution are there?
5.
7. No, it's not Trivial Pursuit, right? But I mean, the point is that most people don't know anything about their country. They know nothing about their country, okay? Yet they know a lot about how America's systemically racist, and they know a lot about how trans people are being marginalized, and they can repeat that climate change is an existential threat to America. So when you see a black pilot,
So we're still looking at this. They're supposed to be holding this meeting here soon, so we're just waiting for them to show up. We got USA. You got US. You got Trump and Netanyahu have already met. Netanyahu's already walked into the White House. They've had a meeting, and they're going to come and brief the world. So just waiting for that meeting right there. But that was Charlie Kirk. That's one of the highlight reels that I've created for Charlie Kirk. Some of the craziest moments. I do street interviews, guys. You can watch that as well. Those are really interesting. I'll go out in Southern California and ask people random questions live. So that's a lot of fun. So we are looking at some of these, and I'm going to go back here. Okay. some of these saved clips. Oh, this is one that I wanted to show you guys in case any of you guys want like an update on this. Here's an update. Okay. The IRS is rolling out the new Schedule 1A form, which will allow taxpayers to deduct overtime, tips, car interest, and other benefits never before seen on 2025. They're going to do this on the 2025 tax return. So, guys, just pay attention to this and keep in the back of your mind, it will allow taxpayers to deduct overtime, tips, and car interest. Okay.
By the way, what is also historic about that in many ways, it was the closest election for President of the United States in the 21st century.
Wow, I know that's true. And Howard Grad did that here.
And Howard Grad. By the way, what is also historic about that in many ways, it was the closest election for President of the United States in the 21st century.
You got crushed, bro. You got crushed. And Democrats need to figure out how to win. You're not going to win by doing the same thing you've been doing.
What is happening to the Hispanic Latino youth in the United States of America? You guys are actually following the progressive, mercenary, activist, white liberals, that disastrous behavior that is actually destroying the United States of America. You're actually following Antifa punks. What's happening to our youth? This is not the behavior that we are so recognized with. The Latino and the Hispanic youth looks like they are being brainwashed by these progressive, mercenary, activist liberals, which the majority of them are the one that they are causing these disasters on these ICE detention centers, where they are radically protesting, destroying property, and actually attacking police officers and actually attacking police ICE agents in detention centers. We are not recognized like this. We have our values. We have our culture. And to the Mexican American, that you were born in the United States of America and you were born in the cradle of gold and you have the Mexican heritage, this is for you. Our customs. We have three values that are extremely important. The ones that your fathers and your grandparents fought so hard to get you to that country. Number one, we are capitalists by nature. We work so hard. Second one, we do everything for our family. That is the foundation of our values in our home. And third of all, we believe in God. Those are the three values that we stand for. Those are the values of the Latino and the Mexican community. And it is actually dividing more our community, and it's making us look bad, and it's making us look worse. I'm 100% Mexican, born and raised. Saying this to you guys, it is not betraying my country, because I actually live over here and I was born and raised over here. Saying this to you guys, it is not actually to attack you or to criticize you. It's to tell you, stop. We are way much better than this. We are not only good in the farms. We are not only good to serve in restaurants. We have the capabilities to be doctors, lawyers, engineers, architects, senators, congressmen. We have the capability to be leaders in that country. These Antifa punks activists, they have been infiltrating our country for several years. This video was in 2019. This guy right here on camera was agitating a migrant shelter, and they came over here just to profit out of the human misery of the migrant and live off and make thousands out of the vulnerabilities of people. These three individuals took pictures of my license plates because I was reporting at a migrant shelter, because they did not want my narrative to be involved with their narrative. We need to be the example for the next generations coming. That country that your grandparents and your father and your mother fought so hard to get you across, that is the country of the opportunity for you to grow, most capitalist country that exists in the world. That opportunity, it is actually being blocked to the other generations that they want to come and make this country greater, better, for the future for our community.
I like that one. I like that one. I like it. And that's one of those things, it blows my mind when immigrants burn the American flag. It not only blows my mind, it makes me furious. It makes me furious. I lose it. And I have a video that I made about it, but it makes me furious when I see that. My parents came to this country and were maids in hotels. They were cleaning rooms. They were maids. And they loved the country. They came here for a reason, because they loved the country and what it stood for, and they were American. They assimilated. They're more American than anyone you could ever imagine. Of immigrants, of course, you know. It blows my mind when these guys come and burn the American flag. It makes absolutely no sense. Dude, what are you guys thinking burning the American flag? Have you lost your minds? You want to come to this country, the greatest country in the world, and burn the flag? Dude, if you're burning the American flag, you need to leave right now. If you're watching someone burn the flag and you don't do anything about it, you're also complicit, and you need to leave right now as well. Dude, I don't understand it. Like, if you have something that you don't like, you can protest against that thing. You don't go burn the whole country's flag. If so, what are you doing here? Leave. I don't get it. Dude, what are you guys thinking burning the American flag? Have you lost your minds? You want to come to this country, the greatest country in the world, and burn the flag? Dude, if you're burning the American flag, you need to leave right now. If you're watching someone burn the flag and you don't do anything about it, you're also complicit, and you need to leave right now as well. Dude, I don't understand it. Like, if you have something that you don't like, you can protest against that thing. You don't go burn the whole country's flag. If so, what are you doing here? Leave. I don't get it. That's my video on burning the American flag that I posted, I don't know how long ago. That was a long time ago. That was a while ago. Oh, and I covered the fires too. Where's that video? Let me see when. Dude, what are you guys thinking burning the American flag? 33 weeks ago. The end of January, beginning of February. Here's me covering the fire. Yeah. So anyway, before I show some more, I'm watching Netanyahu and Trump. So if they show up, I'm going to put it live. But people say it's protected speech, it's free speech. Yes, we know that. That's why we're not saying you can't do it. Nobody's saying you can't do it, bro. We didn't say, oh, you can't do that. That's illegal. We didn't say that. We just said, bro, if you hate our country, leave, bro. Leave. If you hate our... Wayne, why are you so mad? That's the question. Why are you so mad? If you hate the country, there's how many countries available, guys? Can you guys help me out here? How many countries are there that you can go to? If you hate the country and you just so much that you want to burn our flag, dude, just bounce. What are you doing here? Yeah, Wayne is the one that's all worked up, trying to back up people burning our flag, acting like he's righteous, he's virtuous. That's called virtue signaling. What Wayne is doing is virtue signaling. Did you guys ever see this? This was me covering the fires. I don't know if you guys ever seen this video. Here's another Porsche. It's a 911. Actually, not that one. This one right here.
Here's a Porsche 911. It's a Carrera S. And I know because
this is my car. This is not my car. I have this car that I turned into a track car. It's actually my track car. Oh, my bit rate's low. Oh no, it's back. Okay, it's better now. Okay, cool. Here we go.
here's a Porsche 911. It's a Carrera S. And I know because of these lobster claw wheels. These right here. So it's a 911 Carrera S, 997 Carrera S. That's the sunroof burned through and fell in, and everything else is gone. Everything's gone. Windows blown out, everything's gone.
Yeah, I went there to see what's going on out there, just to show people what the hell happened. It was nuts.
Look at this. It's a Mercedes G-Wagon. And it's gone. Look at that.
It's so eerie to see this.
Steering wheel's supposed to be over there. And it's just completely burnt. It's an AMG. It's a G63. Look at this. Look at where it's at right here. Ocean front. And actually there's still some smoke right there. I need to let the fire department know. All these homes are gone. They're all gone, all the way up and down PCH. There's more smoke up there. I gotta go let the fire crew know. You can see here. Look at this. It's a Mercedes.
Yeah, that was my Jeep you saw in there too. Yeah, it was nuts. And I was there. I interviewed the fire department. I would help them out if I saw things that they didn't catch, because it was so crazy. There was so much going on. And they had fire crew just sitting around, so they were just, if there was something, they would jump right on it. But this was it right here. It was absolutely nuts. It was absolutely crazy. I know we're kind of going crazy. Here, this is my interview with the fire department. It was wild. Nera says they hate American flag, but fly the Palestinian flag. Just shows how stupid and dumb these people. Yeah, it's crazy. It's yeah.
Okay, so I'm on PCH right now in Malibu, literally right on the water. You can see that. And all of these homes are burnt down. All of them, with the exception of a few that were built out of like concrete. But for miles, if you go down, these homes are all burnt down. It's just absolutely nuts. Check this out. All you see are like the bones. You can see the stairs and things like that. But otherwise, everything else is burnt down. So you can just see, I'm just gonna show you so you can see this here.
These are driveways into park.
And this whole place is actually closed off. You need a press pass to get in, unless you're law enforcement or fire. And so you can see, it looks like maybe something just happened. So they're all going lights and sirens to some kind of call right now. But you just literally walk down and everything got burnt. Nothing really stood up except for some of these that were built out of concrete. or had like some kind of concrete tiles or something like that on the sides, because I mean everything else is gone. These are all, every single one of these places, these were all homes right next to each, lined up, back to back to back. There's homes. And
yeah, just so you guys know, this part of Malibu is where the homes were stuck together. Like, you looked at them and you thought they were sharing walls. They were so close together, they were just lined up all the way down the coast. And when you look at that footage, they're completely gone.
And they're all completely gone. This one is standing. You can see it's got some kind of concrete construction. So all of that's still standing. But when you go around and you look at the side, the windows are blown out and everything inside got burnt down. So you can see right here where everything's just melted and burnt down. Again, you can see, look at this. These are all homes. And you can see the crew here making sure all the fires are out. And it's just unreal. Look at this. And I mean, I could just keep going on forever. It just goes all the way down.
Yeah, that was wild. That was insane, guys. That was absolutely crazy.
Okay, I'm in Malibu right now, walking around on PCH.
Look at these cars.
In this section, the homes are not completely burnt down.
This is where they were still standing.
You can see one
some of them.
standing here, but over here, this home did catch on fire.
Look at this.
Still standing, miraculously.
Look at
There's
the cars
a
in the
Bentley
garage.
in the garage. And I could tell by the
That was a
rims
Bentley.
only. Otherwise, there's no way I could tell what kind of car that is. And down here, you can see another house with a G-Wagon Mercedes right here.
Some cars you can tell what they are. A lot of them you can't. See, that's a G-Wagon.
And the whole house just came down on top of that. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so anyway, that was pretty wild. That was some interesting stuff, guys. So that was we're talking about the burning the American flag. Burning the American flag. You guys are burning the American flag, huh? And here is a video that I've made more recently that speaks to the burning of the American flag and the conversation that we're having right now in the chat. I didn't know it's Skip Newsom's house. That's interesting. But this video speaks to what we're talking about right now in the chat. Ready, guys? Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
We need to admit something very unpleasant. We have been lied to. For decades, people went on TV and told you that your history's all bad and your country's plagued by prejudice and intolerance. I have debated these people many times, and I always ask them the same question. If you were a woman or an ethnic minority or someone who was spirit, gender, or whatever, where would you rather live than the West? And none of them ever answer, because we all know the answer. We are being accused of performing terribly on the very things we lead the world in. We are being accused of performing terribly on the very things we lead the world in.
I had to repeat that ending in that video because we're literally being criticized for the things that we perform, that we
We
lead
need
the
to
world in.
admit something very unpleasant. We have been lied to.
We're being criticized for the things that we lead the world in. They talk about slavery. They talk about racism. They talk about diversity. They talk about LGBTQ. They talk about all of these different things that they are so hard on America and all the countries in the West, when we are leading the world in all of those things. We're literally leading the world in all of those things. It makes no sense, you guys. It makes no sense whatsoever. So it looks like they're going to be speaking here soon. I'm going to put this on just to check to see if they're going to come on. I don't want to miss this because they apparently have what they're like some type of an agreement that's going to end the war. So let's put this here and see what happens here. It's supposed to be a 21-point plan or agreement to end the war. And this should be happening any second. That's like shitting where you live. State line, thank you very much. You can never shit where you live. Yeah, yep. It's the proper way to dispose of a flag. Yeah, if it's done in that kind of a way, yes. But not the way these guys are doing it. Yep. Yep. Okay.
Hey everybody, we had a record year on TikTok. Record year.
No, I do not. What do you think of?
Well, you're an idiot. Oh, God.
1 billion people saw these videos. Here we go.
What's your name?
None of your business, unfortunately, but...
Okay, hello, nice to meet you, none of your business.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So, do you love America?
Yes, I do.
I hate America.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Every state in the USA should be an independent country. What do you think of this?
Well, I just first have to ask, since you hate the country, do you plan to leave?
What do you mean by that?
Do you plan to go live in another country?
No, I do not.
Let me tell you something.
Your face is an idiot.
America is the only country where even those who hate it refuse to leave. That's how you know you live in a great country.
Can you prove that? Well, thank you. May I have a hat?
No. So let me ask you, none of your business. Who do you plan to vote for?
I plan to vote for Kamala Harris.
Why?
I mean, you answered my question, so I'm done here. Like, there are people waiting.
Can you tell me her greatest accomplishment?
No, I can't.
Can you tell me a single accomplishment?
I cannot. I want to leave. Like.
Everybody, do me a favor. Please be respectful, okay?
Hello. So I have a few leading questions before my main one, because I have to be honest, I don't really know that much about you. So would you say that you're very religious?
I am religious. However, every one of my political positions is defensible from a non-religious perspective.
Okay, great. So I was under the impression that your beliefs on abortion were stemming from your religious beliefs.
Well, at the core, that is correct, but I can get that it is defensible from using reason and prudence, as I have done the last couple of
Cool. So you're not trying to illegalize abortion based on the Bible?
Well, no, not based on the Bible. My personal conviction comes from the Bible. I want to make abortion illegal because it is the only applicable extension of laws we already and standards we already have in the West. Correct.
I'm sorry, can you maybe rephrase that?
Eliminating abortion is the only logical step while we apply the standard we already have in this country to unborn life. So we have murder laws.
Yes.
Therefore, murder laws should apply to unborn life as it does to born life.
Okay. So, again, reiterating, you're not trying to instate laws based on Christian beliefs because that would be unconstitutional, right?
Well, again, sort of, but no, I am not using scripture to defend my beliefs. However, my personal convictions start with scripture, but the political views that we're talking about here are all defensible using reason and Western tradition.
Okay. So, great. That's all I needed to know, that you weren't trying to instate laws based on Christian beliefs, because I would not be able to support anything that was so blatantly unconstitutional. But thank you for clarifying that for me. I had a whole thing ready, but I guess that wasn't necessary. Thank you so much.
Well, first of all, just tell me more about how you view politics, or what. Is that okay? Or if not, like, and feel free to walk away. I'm not
maybe
here.
not in this crowd.
That's okay. Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Archer.
Archer, thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you so much. Thank you for clarifying.
And let me just say one last thing. I could tell you probably have a negative impression of Christianity,
Archer.
maybe. I hope one day we can earn back your support to making Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior. I'm sorry if the church has failed you in that way, because I do have strong religious convictions and beliefs, and there is a God who made you and loves you, and he said, are you voting for Kamala?
I am.
Oh, this is good. This one's good.
Thank you, Archer. Are you voting for Kamala?
I am.
Okay, what is her greatest...
Hey, free speech? Free speech?
Yeah, they have the freedom of speech to boo you. That's right.
Do I have the freedom of speech? Okay, so if I boo them, then it's an impediment of freedom of...
No, but I just gave you an open...
Dude, I love it. Freedom of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. Bro, I love just the beginning is so good. You know what? I'm gonna make a clip out of this. I'm gonna make a clip out of this too. It'll be a viral clip.
Yeah.
Okay, what is her greatest...
Hey, free speech? Free speech?
Yeah, they have the freedom of speech to boo you. That's right.
Do I have the freedom of speech? Okay, so if I boo them, then it's an impediment of freedom of...
No, but I just gave you an open mic for 15 minutes. Let's just tell me, what is Kamala Harris's greatest accomplishment?
See, that question, you can't, okay. The greatest accomplishment, that goes back to sort of establishing an extreme. I can't definitively say, oh, this is the greatest, though, absolute
Name
greatest.
an accomplishment of hers.
An accomplishment of her? She got in, when she was the Attorney General of California, she fought the insurance companies to decrease prices that they're not going to be price gouging. That's an accomplishment?
Wow. Okay. So that's worthy of your vote.
You support price gouging? I'm curious.
Well, no, I'm just curious. What has she done as vice president that makes you be like, that's my gal?
What is the vice president's the vice president is just president of the Senate. They don't have much.
Oh, that's interesting. If it's just a ceremonial role, why do we even have a VP?
Well, that's not the point. I'm saying
she was tasked to control the border. How has she done?
The vice president doesn't control the border.
They get portfolio projects from the president. She was given the portfolio project of the border. How has she done?
Again, she doesn't make any individual. I don't think she makes a top-down decision about the border.
She made a decision to reverse 50 Trump executive orders. Do you think Kamala Harris has done an objectively good job managing our border?
No.
Okay. I appreciate the honesty.
All you guys saying he's arguing with kids or whatever you guys, first of all, these are voters. These are people that determine the outcome and determine who runs or who is leading our country. These are people that are going to war for us. They're joining the military. And the other thing is this, it explains and it helps understand what are kids thinking. If kids are going out there and voting, if they're young adults. If these young adults are going out there and voting, what are they thinking when they're voting? What's in their mind? Why do they like Kamala? And it makes them think, well, maybe I got to have a reason why I'm voting for Kamala. You know, it's this is what, you should learn how to think. I wish I learned that when I was young myself.
Thank you.
I will be voting for Trump.
Good.
And can I explain why?
Please.
So,
yes.
Under the Trump administration...
Oh, this speaks to you guys. This right here, right? Here we go.
Do you feel proud of yourself for debating college kids who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself? Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter. I'm a registered voter.
I vote and you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization. That's what I'm doing here today. Yeah? Wait, hold on. How is it any different than a professor talking to you?
Then a professor talking to you? Who are you?
Well, important enough for you to come up to a microphone.
Actually, when I first saw this ad, I thought it was like an improv comedy thing. It looked so ridiculous that I didn't even think it was real.
Well, no, you could see. Look how popular Trump is on your campus. How does that make you feel? That's not comedy. That is a 5-alarm fire for Kamala Harris because she's probably going to lose Pennsylvania. But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's
to
what we're
voters.
doing here today. It's an open mic.
I think that you push a dangerous agenda.
Such as?
The way that you edit content and specifically frame it so that people look bad talking to you. The way that you edit your content.
We post unedited content.
How do you believe that it's okay to kill an animal when it's not okay to kill?
That was exactly what you guys.
Do you think that's a little bit?
All of you guys. I'm gonna play it again because all of you guys can. Oh, he's talking to kids. Oh, he's doing this. Oh, how come he needs to go talk to, or the kids should talk to their peers and all this kind of stuff. I'm gonna play it again. This is it. This is it. This is the answer to to the nonsense you guys are saying.
God bless. Thank you.
Here we go.
Do you feel proud of yourself for debating college kids who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself? Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter. I'm a
So
registered voter.
I vote and you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization. That's what I'm doing here today. Yeah? Wait, hold on. How is it any different than a professor talking to you?
Then a professor talking to you? Who are you?
Well, important enough for you to come up to a microphone.
Actually, when I first saw this ad, I thought it was like an improv comedy thing. It looked so ridiculous that I didn't even think it was real.
Well, no, you could see. Look how popular Trump is on your campus. How does that make you feel? That's not comedy. That is a 5-alarm fire for Kamala Harris because she's probably going to lose Pennsylvania. But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's
to
what we're
voters.
doing here today. It's an open
I
mic.
think that you push a dangerous agenda.
Such as?
The way that you edit content and specifically frame it so that people look bad talking to you. The way that you edit your content.
We post unedited content.
How do you believe that it's okay to kill an?
This is interesting. What is MKU saying here? What did he say before I read this? MKU, nothing? Maybe. MKU is saying a professor has degree studies, so on y'all, this guy got his half-baked opinions. He's catching people off guard, and all points he made is easily debunked. Comparing his self to a professor is insanity. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you trying to say professors are gods and they're the only ones that can speak? Because I don't agree with that. And you're saying he catches people off guard? People literally stand in line to come talk on the mic. Nobody's being caught off guard, bro. Wake up. Nobody's going off guard. It's your choice. You walk up to a mic. Now, this is what I always say about Charlie Kirk is one of the greatest things about Charlie Kirk is he created a situation where as a student, you don't have to buy an entry ticket. You don't have to pay money. You don't have to do any of that kind of stuff. You don't have to go drive and park your car. You don't have to go nowhere. You don't have to do nothing. You don't have to do nothing. You don't have to pay for a camera crew. You don't have to go and spend years of your life to develop a following on social media. Nothing. He did that for you. Walks into your campus, sets it all up, puts a microphone out in front of you and says, here, talk to the world. You can talk to millions of people. Get 1 billion views on your discussion if you want to. It's out there. It's right there in front of you. He brings it to you. Imagine that. That's insane. He literally does that. He did that. That's what he did. He allowed you to, dude, you could walk up to the mic and be heard by the world. By the world. He didn't do what this guy in our chat is saying. He catches people off guard. No, bro, these people are dying to come to the mic because they know what's up. And he debated with college professors. MKU is saying, oh, only professors know everything. He debates professors and crushes them. Come on now. Guys, we're still waiting for Netanyahu and Trump's meeting here. We're waiting to hear what they're going to say there. But, dude. Guys, wake up. I know your Trump derangement syndrome has heavily become Charlie derangement syndrome. And it's, I know you can't see clearly. You're just like walking around all just, you know. You guys see his speech he spanked? Yeah, his Oxford speech was just incredible. I loved it. Daniel Garrity, I loved it. I loved his Oxford speech. What a guy, man. But imagine the guy came to you and brought everything, all his followers. He gave it all to you. You're a student. You could just walk up and have it all. You know? The derangement syndrome doesn't go both ways. The reason, let's see what else he's saying. The derangement syndrome doesn't go both ways. The Republicans and conservatives are all open to debate. They have the other side on their podcasts and discussions. They talk. It doesn't go both ways. They openly talk and if the derangement went both ways, you wouldn't have people like RFK Jr. on the Republican side right now. RFK Jr. was a Democrat. He was on the left side. He was on your side. Tulsi Gabbard was on your side. She was a Democrat in office. If it was derangement syndrome both ways, you wouldn't have them on the conservative side. You wouldn't have conservatives going and having everyone else on their talk shows and everywhere else. So anyway, let's continue.
An animal when it's not okay to kill a child. You defend a child more. Some children die. Some children never make it out of the womb.
Well, because human beings are human. A is A, and human beings are worthy of protection, and animals are not humans.
What about milk?
Starve in this country.
Yes, you will. There's
not go hungry in this country. Thing though, right? It's
you just get.
We have free healthcare for any poor person that wants to call Medicaid. That's
to live.
Right.
Hang on.
So like gangbang crimes.
Why do they?
Who is being raped? They're said to be forcibly inseminated. How come that's okay, but raping a small child is not?
I would not.
Yeah.
Welcome to Bull.
I don't.
Black men are more likely to be in prison.
Oh yeah. So why do people go to prison?
Because they're in poverty and they have no other way to get.
Okay, so they commit crimes.
Why do they?
So wait, if you're
commit crimes?
So in poverty, we should give excuses for committing crime?
Yes.
So like gangbanging is like a crime of necessity. They're so hungry they can't handle it.
I'm talking about like crime that has to do with like getting food, getting stuff that you need to live.
Right, but we have food stamps for anyone that needs it, so that doesn't exist. We have subsidized housing for anyone that needs it, so that doesn't exist. We have free healthcare for any poor person that wants to call Medicaid, that doesn't exist. We also have welfare, cash, for anyone that wants it, so that doesn't exist. So what is it they're missing?
So it's not like you just get a house.
It's not a stuff thing, though, right? It's like you will not go hungry in this country. You will not starve in this country.
Yes, you will. There's like,
no, we have an obesity problem.
Street?
We have an obesity problem, not a starvation problem in this country.
What are you talking about?
In State Street, if any one of those people went to the local Episcopalian church or Methodist church, they will get fed. I guarantee it. If they go to a local food shelter, they will get fed.
Okay, but I'm talking, housing.
For housing. If we have Section 8 subsidized housing in this country, right? If you want to have a roof over your head, you can have a roof over your head.
What's her greatest accomplishment as vice president?
Being the first female all-black president. We've
That's-
never had that.
No.
before.
Like I got that, but like, what's her accomplishment that made people's lives better?
I don't know. Vice presidents don't really do much, to be honest.
Can you name one thing she's done that's good?
No, probably not. That is
As
an amazing
of the timing of
president
this filming,
for-
can you name me how many times she sat down for an interview?
I think
don't know
that
when
is
this
a
will be posted.
very weird point to make.
Well,
why would I
why is it-
count how many times Kamala Harris
Is
has
it
had
zero?
an interview?
Because she refuses to take questions from the press and media? Like, shouldn't you do that if you're the sitting vice president?
Trump had a recession, right, during his presidency. I mean,
Scott-
he let it happen, right? He handled COVID bad enough that there was a recession as a result
So
of it.
which criticism of Trump are you saying? That he didn't lock down the country enough, or that he locked down the country too much?
I don't think he did nearly enough during
Got
the
it.
beginning of COVID. He could have done a significantly better job
How?
of warning people for what was going to happen.
Wait,
When-
like
if you
what?
if you look at what Trump said in March and February,
Be specific.
Be specific.
She's a normal.
Wouldn't bring back slavery to try.
This guy says, "Oh, you will not go hungry in this country." Well, yeah, he was right. We have an overweight issue, not a starvation issue in our country. Yeah, people, there's food shelters everywhere. You can get food everywhere. You go out to any street and put your hand out, people are giving you money in this country. I mean, I don't know what you guys are talking about. And by the way, why aren't people doing things? Why aren't people working? Why aren't people trying to make money to do something to get themselves fed? Yeah. Yeah.
Try to limit murder. No.
Okay.
Dude, there are churches, I mean, it's a million different, dude, there's shelters, everything's out there for people that refuse to do work. Food banks. Not true. I've been to food banks. I've done lots of food banks, brothers. It's not just food banks. There's so many places. I could Google right now and anybody's city and find somewhere someone can get fed, bro. You guys are crazy. People, instead of arguing for that, why don't you argue for people to go work? Why aren't you guys talking about people actually working to make money? So going to work and paying for your food is something that only some of us have to do. That's really weird. That's a weird mentality to have.
What kind of outrageous question is that, by the way?
I'm just curious. Just
No,
yes
but
or no.
If the only way to limit human suffering is to ban abortion,
Kamala was such a great president, and she's going to do all these things.
Good legislation.
So her
Honest answer.
Yeah.
okay, I could tell you've thought deeply about this topic.
Yes,
Okay, thank
I
you.
have.
Great. Yep, next question.
So you're voting for Kamala Harris?
Absolutely.
What is
Someone here saying, can you work if you're disabled? Disabled people have more handouts than anyone around, have more freebies than anyone around. And by the way, yes, you can work if you're disabled. I could be disabled right now and be talking to you guys. I could have no legs. I don't make any money off of this right now, but you get the point. Yeah. There's lots you can do as disabled. Look at Stevie Wonder, bro. Do you guys know who Stevie Wonder was? Or is? That's what it is. Dude, if Stevie Wonder's disabled and he's blind and he can go work for it and someone else doesn't want to go make money, that's called a handout. That's a freebie. We're giving you stuff. We go and work and we make money and we take out a portion of our money and we give it to them. That's free. We're giving it to you for free. You have a disability. It's free. Stevie Wonder was blind, bro. Yeah. Stevie Wonder did music. He wasn't a genius. He just went out there and did it just like everyone else. None of us are geniuses or experts in our field until we go actually work and do the work and learn. That's how it works. Yeah. lot of people can figure out how to make it happen, bro. But if you don't want to do it, then you're not going to do it. If you have the mentality where you're already defeated, then that's it. Yeah, that's right. He wasn't a genius, bro. The guy was just singing, and you think the guy came out of his womb, his mom's womb, singing? No, he worked at it. He worked at it, just like everyone else can work. If you're brain disabled, you get the most benefits, handouts, freebies. If you have some kind of a mental disability, you get you're completely taken care of. What are you guys even talking about? You guys are on a whole nother in a whole different planet, bro. What do you got? Let me ask you this. Instead of going to all these extreme disabilities where we all know we take care of them, why don't you talk about the people that are not working on the streets that can go get a job and do something? Why aren't you calling for people to go back to work or motivating people to work? Why aren't you doing that? State Line has another one. Beethoven was deaf, and look what he accomplished in composition. That's crazy. Why don't you guys push for people to go work for their money, for their food, for their housing? It's more rewarding. It's more respectful. It makes them have more confidence in themselves. Why don't you do that? Instead of going and trying to take money, as much money as possible from everyone else. Yeah, all you guys want to do is take money from one person and give it to another. You're socialists, bro. Stop it already, man. Right now, we got to go make $100 so that we can keep $60. 40 of it goes to everyone else because they want freebies, bro. Please. Quit it, bro. I just told you what socialism is. It's what you guys keep doing. Give them freebies. Oh, how about this person that's disabled? Yeah, they're disabled, but why not push them to go? And yes, I agree with taking care of people that are disabled, but why not motivate them to do something for themselves? That's, yeah, exactly, bro. You guys are on a good one, bro. On a really good one.
What is Kamala Harris's? What is her greatest accomplishment?
She's a normal person with normal ideas, but she.
Is this another kid, guys? So are you guys done saying, oh, all he does is debate children, which is not?
She's done all kinds. She's done great things.
Can you name one accomplishment?
Name one thing.
All the legislation, the CHIPS Act, the infrastructure bill.
She's locked people up.
Yeah. So her greatest accomplishment is what exactly?
Get off the mic.
She's had some good accomplishments. They passed.
YouTube Stranger says, what are your thoughts on 1% having the most country's money? I'm all for, if you work for it, you deserve it. If you go out there and hustle, you get it. The people that have money usually are the people that came from nothing. As I just told you guys earlier, the billionaire that owns Amazon was adopted. Yeah, and just so you guys know, the top 1% of this country, the top 1% of earners, if you don't know this, pay for, I think, 50% or more of the taxes of this company. Imagine 1% of this country pays for more than 50% of our taxes of our country. You want them to pay more? You guys just want to stay home and do nothing for the rest of your lives, and you're trying your hardest to figure out how to get there by taking from everyone else. That's all you're doing. That's all you guys do. All you guys do. All you guys want to do is take money from everyone else so you can sit at home and do nothing. You're trying so hard to get yourself there, and you're trying so hard to make these people look good so that when you do it, you look good. That's the whole point. Be honest with yourself. That's a reality, isn't it? You're trying so hard to make doing nothing seem cool and okay, and to get people that do nothing the most money so you can do nothing and get all kinds of money, and people be okay with it. Right? Right? That's what's happening. And then you're projecting. Look at this. Machine Pinata, you're doing nothing. Bro, I run 3 companies that I killed myself to create. Work morning to night while I had a job working for someone else. I created these in the middle of the night. I worked hard. I slept less than most of you guys in the chat. I still do. I work throughout the whole weekend, by the way. And I work every day, as you guys know. And then when I'm done, believe me, I run 3 companies, successful companies. Actually more. Some of them I don't even consider them companies, but they are. So I don't know if every single one of my e-commerce businesses is a company, then I have more than 3 companies. Exactly. You guys are a bunch of projection machines, bro. That's what you guys are, projection machines. You know what projecting is? It's when you call people the same thing that you are. You're the bum, bro. You're the bum, bro. And you want to make being a bum cool so that you can be a bum and do nothing. It'll only make you hate yourself more. It'll only make you hate yourself more. And you know it. This is not work for me. George Curry asked me, is this considered work for you? Good question. Thanks for asking questions and not just calling me names and stuff. George Curry, is this considered work for you? It's not. I killed myself my whole life and worked my butt off and worked tirelessly through the nights to create businesses that finally make money. After all the work you put into it, they finally end up making money. I did that so that I can have income, so that I can have more time to myself to do things I want to do with my life. I very much value the short amount of time that I have in this life, and I want to make the most of it, and I don't want to do all of it working for other people. So while I was working for other people, I got off work at, let's say, 6, 7 p.m., and then I worked all the way till 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, creating other companies for myself. In some cases, I was making products. In some cases, I was making services and creating services online. Some cases, I created e-commerce. So I did different things, and eventually, my companies that I created made a little bit more. First, they didn't make money for a very long time, but they made more, and slowly a little bit more. Finally, I could quit my job and go hardcore and every day, spend every hour of the day on my own companies. Did that for years. And then finally created enough of that income that I can have more time to myself to do this. I enjoy this. This, if you guys can tell, I like doing this. I'm passionate about this. But I mean, it's work. I work this weekend on my companies, but I also work this weekend on this stuff, preparing for this stuff. I did. While you guys were hanging out, while my friends were going out and drinking and doing stuff and doing different things and hanging out and going to lounges or whatever it is they're doing. I was working. I created a reel yesterday. I created a reel the other day. It's already at 200,000 views. I consider it's work. State line. It's all about creating goals that provide you with comfort and peace of mind down the road. Family comes first, but providing a great life, but you can't. I mean, you can't. A family can't be beat, but you can't. But so look, you guys want to know that and appreciate you, gangster Buffy Buttons. That's great medication. Then you should have no problem feeding the hungry. Yeah, I don't. I don't have a problem. That's why a lot of my income goes towards feeding people that are hungry, and I do. But stop trying to make it more. Stop trying to increase people's freebies. Stop trying to take more of our money to do that. Stop. And what I'm trying to talk about is the rhetoric. Start talking to people that are taking freebies and motivate them to work. Stop trying to come out here and yell at people that are already giving you free money. That's what I'm trying to say, man. This meeting with Netanyahu is about to start. So I'm going to, as soon as it starts, I'm going to bring it for you guys. Stop trying to talk to us to give you more money or to give these people free money and push them to go make money on their own. It's better for them. They'll feel better about their own lives. Here we go. Here we go.
The big guns have arrived.
And if you guys want to know, well, this is about to start, but if you guys want to know what was a big, big helper for me when I was creating these businesses and making extra incomes for myself, it started with journaling. Literally, it started with journaling. Here, I'll show you my journal. Oh, they're about to start. Hang on. Here's my journal. This is my journal. This is what I create, just like State Line said. I create goals and I go one by one, I check them off. And every time I check off a goal, I get closer and closer to making money. First of all, in a business, you got to make money. It takes a while to make money. And then finally, once you start making money a little bit, then you create goals to make more. And that's what I do. You guys want to see some of my journaling? Here, I'll show you. Here. This is my journaling, guys. This is what it looks like. This is how I set myself up to make money. Look at this. This is when I was doing this, man. You look back and you look at like your writing and what stuff you did to like interviewing people, podcasting, all this stuff that I did. I have 2 sections of note. I'll teach you guys about, if you guys want to learn, I'll show you guys what I did. I'm not making class. Again, I don't make $1 off of this. This is for fun. I have companies. If I make money off of this, great. Let me read these comments. They're about Netanyahu and Trump are walking up right now, guys. So we're just waiting while they're walking up. I'm telling you guys, because this conversation, I mean, we just go down rabbit holes and we have fun with it. Right now we're talking about success, and I have 2. While they're coming, I'll tell you. In my notebook, I have 2 separate notebooks in one journal. Okay, this is my journal. I have this side and this side. One side is permanently here, and it gets filled up less quickly because it's all my businesses, my goals, and all this stuff that I'm doing. And I create long-term, short-term goals here. And then this other side is personal stuff. This is all like, getting into like, your daily stuff, your personal, like how you feel about stuff, what you want to do with your life. And, what do you call it? Just different things you want to do in your personal life. And then this side is all business stuff, work stuff, all this stuff here. Yeah. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
Thank you very much, everybody. So this is a big, big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're going to, at least we're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East, and let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible, incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done, not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning, incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known them actually for a long time, and they're in many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you in many cases they're great men and some great women too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons, production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully, as progress is made toward achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do, otherwise they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and the danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others, and they'll be named over the next few days, and it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I noticed that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, Bibi, I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things. Please get the hostages back, and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do, because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago? They withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that, because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East, and they said, all we want to do now is have peace, and that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or a school or a mosque. That terrible thing, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them, and they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it, and creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. Maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords, they were amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them filled up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there. It's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it, please don't do it. It'll end the whole world, please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because they heard I was going to do it, and leaders of countries were calling me, and I think it was on a Thursday that I did it, and they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day, and I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday, and I called them back, the biggest people in the world, and they said, "You've done it." I said, "Done what?" "You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem, and we wanted to talk yet." I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron, that's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised, and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people, too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good. All right.
Guys, it's so funny. I'm not pausing, and I'm just muting the sound for a minute. It's just funny. We love Trump. We love that he talks to us a lot. He breaks down things to us a lot. Sometimes he just talks. And you're just like, all right. I'll take Trump any day over Biden, who never talked to us. We didn't know what the hell's going on with Trump. At least we know damn well what's going on and what's in his head. Because he'll tell you what's in his head, even if you don't like it, even if it doesn't help him. He'll tell you how he feels. We like that. We're good with it. We'll take more dialogue than no dialogue.
Which they would have had probably in about 2 months from then. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown. And the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it. But they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people.
I will take Trump over communicating than no communication from Biden or any other, Democrat. Any day. I'll take more info, more dialogue than none or less.
If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region. It's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were somewhere hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today, we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great, great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar. was they
I
really
love
had a
Trump,
heart-to-heart
bro.
conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, you know, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And his people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everyone wants to see, everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this is more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful, powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try, and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership, and I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with, and it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a meeting, a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago,
awesome.
a year
Glad
ago,
to hear that, State Line.
I don't think
Hell yeah.
we would have had this kind of participation, Mr.
Love
VP,
to hear
right?
it, bro.
I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing.
Sorry about
the
your dog,
participation
man.
was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it, and everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly.
What
If this
happened?
all
Do you
works
guys
out,
know
we
what
think it will.
happened?
It's going to be your
What
crowning
did they end up coming
achievement,
up with?
and
I
I want to
don't-
thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Please.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe he's going to tell us. Bibi fell
Mr.
asleep,
President,
bro.
First, I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars, and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East. And I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrificed the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA could have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, well, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy, it's tough going, but I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen, wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, and many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions? Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you.
I want to see what they said because I don't know exactly. Like, do you guys know exactly what? Do you guys know exactly what the solution was that they came up with?
Home on making America great again. Your leadership abroad is changing the world for.
I rewinded a little bit to where Netanyahu speaks, I believe, to the possible agreement that they discussed.
Towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East. And I think beyond the Middle East. When our two countries stand shoulder to peace, your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet.
Let's see what he says again.
All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do. And this.
Okay, so we heard the rest of this. We didn't get Trump's plan or a detailed plan. We just got Netanyahu's take on what happens after this all goes down. I have another video that talks a little bit about, well, it's a Hamas interview. So it's the leader of Hamas. You guys want to watch that? This is the leader of Hamas right here. I'm going to put this on. So this is an actual interview with the leader of Hamas. Here we go.
Here in the Qatari capital. How did you and the here?
Let's watch.
2 weeks ago, the Israeli military targeted you and other senior Hamas leaders right here in the Qatari capital. How did you and the other senior officials survive that attack?
I think it is a miracle because the rockets are very close to us. We are under target, and it was all the rockets were directed to the place, but we are not in the place which was targeted. Alhamdulillah.
It struck a different room, is what you're.
You guys keep saying the word devil. I think this is the real devil. This is the leader of Hamas.
You're saying we are in different place. Yes. Maybe they have misinformation about the situation. The target is so heavy. They launched more than 12 rockets against the office of Dr. Khalil, and they destroyed completely. They killed 5 people there. It was a brutal attack on us. So I think it was long and very strong message to us and even to Qatari. That we are not interested in negotiation. We want to kill, we want to destroy, we want to assassinate. This is our own policy to handle the whole situation.
Or maybe you're taking your sweet-ass time with releasing the hostages, so we're just telling you that you're not safe anymore.
Do you feel safe in Doha?
No. No one can be safe. Israel, I think that is a country of terrorism, a country of a state of horrific action, genocide. They want to kill and to kill and to kill to prove that they are the super power in the Middle East. So no one can give guarantees that Israel could not do it again here in Qatar or do it in other places.
When you were targeted, at that moment, you and other senior Hamas leaders were reviewing the latest ceasefire proposal from the United States. 2 weeks later, where do ceasefire negotiations stand now?
Everything now is frozen. Frozen because that Israel is not interested in negotiation. They are not interested now to have good contact even with Egypt or with Qatar or to achieve a peaceful agreement for the ceasefire in Gaza Strip.
So how do you...
Mind you, Israel said since the beginning that if Hamas surrenders and the hostages are released, the war stops like this. So they're the people not interested in negotiations, not Israel.
View the United States' role and specifically President Trump's role going forward in these negotiations, in the process of ending the war.
And we suppose the United States to be honest and a neutral mediator. The Americans, they lost their credibility. All the time they support Israel on the account of the Palestinian people, and they never fulfilled their promises. This is the problem of the Americans. They could not prove that they are honest and neutral mediator.
This latest American proposal calls for you to release all the hostages, living and dead, in exchange for thousands of Palestinian prisoners, an immediate ceasefire, and the start of negotiations to end the war. Why not take that deal?
Look, I think we have to now to reach a comprehensive deal. We want to finish the war.
I know, but I'm asking you about the specific American proposal, if you could answer.
We first of all, we insisted to go to the comprehensive deal, to retain all the hostages, either alive or dead. And we said frankly, we can return them in 24 hours. But Israel, they refused. You know, the main...
Well, they have conditions for ending the war. Their conditions are Israel's conditions for ending the war. They want Hamas to be out of power, and they want Hamas to disarm. Are you willing to abandon power in Gaza and lay down your weapons?
Look, first for the power in Gaza, the authority in Gaza, we have an agreement with all Palestinian factions and even with the Egyptians. And I think that the Egyptians, they play a good role and send this proposal to different countries and even approved by the Arabic League that, okay, we can have a technocrat, we have kind of neutral and professional committee for ruling Gaza. Okay, we finish it. Regarding the disarm of Hamas, I think this is, we have to understand very well that the arm of Hamas is a legitimate and legal weapons which used all the time against the occupation. It is not a terrorist weapon.
But are you willing to disarm if it is in the context of a process towards building a Palestinian state?
If there is a Palestinian state, we'll be part. We will be engaged. We will be
the entire world, with all due respect, sir, the entire world is saying they want no role for Hamas in post-war governance of Gaza.
Look,
do you disagree with that?
We agree. Yeah, no. We agree. Foreign are committed to rule Gaza. We have no problem.
Right. So, and as part of that, Hamas will play no part, according to the Arab League, according to President Abbas, according to the United States, according to France.
Let me also to explain that this is a Palestinian issue. That some external powers, they want to impose something against our interest. Hamas is part of the Palestinian fabric. You could not exclude Hamas. But as I said again and again, regarding the...
Did you guys just get that part? He doesn't ever want to get... There's no getting rid of Hamas. It's a fabric of Palestinian people. Hold on. Let me go back.
No role for Hamas.
You have to understand very well that the arm of Hamas is a legitimate and legal weapons which used all the time against occupation. It is not a terrorist weapon.
But are you willing to disarm if it is in the context of a process towards building a Palestinian state?
If there is a Palestinian state, we'll be part. We will be engaged. We will be...
the entire world, with all due respect, sir, the entire world is saying they want no role for Hamas in post-war governance of Gaza.
Look,
do you disagree with that?
We agree. Yeah, no. We agree. Foreign are committed to rule Gaza. We have no problem.
Right. So, and as part of that, Hamas will play no part, according to the Arab League, according to President Abbas, according to the United States, according to France.
Let me also to explain that this is a Palestinian issue. That some external powers, they want to impose something against our interest. Hamas is part of the Palestinian fabric. You could not exclude.
Hamas is part of the Palestinian fabric.
External powers, they want to impose something against our interest. Hamas is part of the Palestinian fabric. You could not exclude Hamas. But as I said again and again, regarding the ruling of Gaza, we are ready to be out of the ruling of Gaza. We have no problem with this.
By the way, I agree. You cannot exclude Hamas from the Palestinian people because they all believe in the same thing. They believe that min maya el maya Palestine Arabiya, it should be Arab, not Jewish, and that their terrorism is resistance. That's what that's what they view it as. And it comes from an Islamic perspective. Nothing to do with land.
Hamas recently announced that Israeli hostages have been spread out throughout Gaza City ahead of and amid now this planned Israeli invasion of Gaza City. Is your intention to use those Israeli hostages as human shields?
No, we never use these people as shields. No, we never use them. All the time we explain that we as Hamas, we use these people or we deal with people according to the Islamic principles and according to the Islamic values.
But it was quite clear in the statement from the Al-Qassam brigades,
which means it's legal to hold them captive according to the Islamic principles. Why did you build tunnels and you don't let any Gazan civilians go in to protect themselves? Because you want them to die. You want them to be used as pawns. So shut up. And what the hell is that haircut? I hate it. What is this? Trim that part. It doesn't compliment your nose.
This is a false accusation against us.
This is a statement from the Al-Qassam brigades, Hamas's military wing.
I don't think that's his haircut. I think that's like a dark spot on his head. I mean, not that it matters, but I don't think that's his hair.
It doesn't compliment your nose.
I think this is a false accusation against us.
This is a statement from the Al-Qassam brigades, Hamas's military wing. They said that in order to deter this Israeli military invasion, they are placing Israeli hostages strategically.
The hostages are spread everywhere.
But they are placing them around Gaza City and saying that if they die, it will be on Netanyahu's hands, correct?
There is a big dilemma in this also. Israel now is going and now is doing to destroy Gaza, to destroy everywhere, to kill people everywhere. Yeah, you know, in Gaza now, they're killing more than, this morning, more than 84 people. Yesterday, about 100.
This guy doesn't want peace. This guy wants to rule. He wants to keep leading Hamas and keep destroying and being a nuisance in that part of the world.
9 people were killed in the last months, more than.
This guy's whole, I mean, if Hamas is gone, this guy's. I mean, these guys are rich already from all the money they took from the Palestinians and the money that went towards Palestinians. These guys just took all the money, and everyone knows it. All the numbers are there. Their families are out living life of the rich and famous. You know, while Palestinians are going through what they're going through.
I understand. And when I speak with, and when I, sir, when I, with all due respect,
how can you stop this?
With all due respect, when I speak with Israeli officials, I press them on all of these questions. I'm speaking with you right now, and I'm asking about Hamas's role. And Hamas just announced that it is holding these Israeli hostages in strategic locations around Gaza City, moving them above ground, while Israel is carrying out an invasion. Is the intention, hang on, is the intention to use these hostages as a human shield?
Israel should stop targeting the civilian, should stop targeting or to collapse the towers, or to destroy the towers everywhere. Now you know they sent some technology to destroy all homes in Gaza, all towers in Gaza. What do you want to do after that? What Israel is doing now, as I said, they want to demolish the whole Gaza. Did not begin as a result.
Followed since October 7th, and the 2 years since.
What was
level of death and destruction? Understand what you are saying.
Under killing, under displacement. Now, why a war just focus on October 7th? What before October 7th is a result for the October 7th?
I understand what you are saying, that there is history that happened before October 7th. But before October 7th, Israel had never unleashed this level of death and destruction on Gaza before. How can you look at me with a straight face and tell me that you accept no responsibility whatsoever for what has happened in the 2 years since?
All right, so I'm going to rewind this again in case you guys may be missing this point, because this is a major point. And after this interview, I think I'm going to call it the session over until later today when I come back on. But I want you guys to listen to this. This is very interesting. The guy takes no responsibility for what he has caused by doing what they did on October 7th. And this is what I always tell people that discuss this. I'm not Jewish, and I'm not Muslim. I'm not Israeli, and I'm not Palestinian. I have friends, best friends on both sides, actually. I'm born and raised in Southern California. I'm here now in Southern California. I have friends on both sides. And this is something that I always ask people on the Palestinian side is there's a couple issues. Couple big things that stick out. One major one is why would the people of Palestine, Palestinians, cheer when Hamas goes and does what they did on October 7th? San Diego, baby, California love. Yes, 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 absolutely. So that means that Palestinians back up Hamas and love it when Hamas do horrific things to other people. Okay? That's one thing. So why did they cheer when Hamas did what they did? That's one big one. Now, the other thing that I always ask, because I play both sides on this, but the other thing that I always ask is this: is if you are Hamas and you claim to be doing what's best for the Palestinian people and for love of your country or whatever you want to call it, why would you do something like October 7th when you knew the stronger powers would come and do what you knew they would do to all of your people? You can't be the protector of your people, and you can't claim to be the protector of your people and to be looking out for the best interests of your people, and then go and do something that you know would cause death and destruction of your own people. As a real man, we know that we would, as a real man that is a protector, would never go and do something that would put everything that he cherishes in harm's way like that. You guys want to call it like resistance, but that's not resistance. You know what I'm saying? That's not resist. That's knowingly causing death of your own, the things that are the most important to you, or they claim that they're protecting. As a man, as a real man, if I'm a protector, I'm not going to go and put everything in harm's way. If I know doing something is going to put all of my family and everyone around me in harm's way, I'm not going to do that thing. And that's what this question is all about right here. Do you take responsibility for that? Let's listen.
What is the option is left for the Palestinians?
Unleashed.
As a result for the October 7th.
I understand what you are saying, that there is history that happened before October 7th. But before October 7th, Israel had never unleashed this level of death and destruction on Gaza before. How can you look at me with a straight face and tell me that you accept no responsibility whatsoever for what has happened in the 2 years since?
What is the option is left for the Palestinians to do? Yeah, and we waited for.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, sir, with all due respect, I'm asking you whether you accept any responsibility for the death and destruction that has followed since October 7th in Gaza.
This is the first time that Palestinians have shown sacrifice in this Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Since 1948 till now, 100,000 people were killed, 100,000 Palestinians.
He brings up the past, but forget, bro, we can talk about the past for sure. But the reality is you did something now that you knew would cause the death and destruction of your own people that you're claiming to protect. You don't do that. You can't claim to be the protector and be doing it for the betterment of your people when you know you're going to cause their death. It doesn't make sense.
But what gives you the right to decide that Palestinian women and children should be sacrificed on the altar of your resistance?
No, all the time we are sacrificing. We are fighting, not Hamas, Fatah and People Front, Democratic Front.
But I am asking you about the civilian deaths in Gaza and what gives you the right to decide it's a price worth paying. That child can die. It's okay. Because it's in order to fulfill our resistance.
As Hamas, we are fighting for the interests of the people. We don't want our people to be killed. We don't want our people to suffer more and more.
For sure.
I think now, look, you know what is the benefit of October 7 now? Now, when the award now, if you look to the General Assembly yesterday, when about 194 people opened their eyes and looked to the atrocity, to brutality of Israel, and all of them, they condemned Israel.
You understand that this was exactly the goal of Hamas, right? They wanted the world to see destruction. They wanted the world to see women's and children. They wanted them to see that, to then react and say, look at what Israel's doing. They're trying to make them forget the October 7th attack. They're trying to make them forget the previous atrocities that they did. Disgusting. And this just proves it.
We waited for this moment for 77 years in order to open their eyes to see that.
Imagine how crazy you have to be to say you waited for this moment for that many years. For what to happen? For all of this death and destruction of your own people? Dude.
There is occupation, there is suffering of the Palestinian people, and we should end this occupation.
And by the way, just to say there's no occupation, yeah? Gaza, we left in 2005, and until 2023, there was no Israeli forces in Gaza controlling anything, right? They had their own autonomy. Hamas was controlling because they were elected. In Judea and Samaria, there's the PA controlling Area A and Area B. Area C is controlled by Israel as per the Oslo Accords in 1993 and 1995. So there's no occupation. There's disputed territories in Judea and Samaria, but Gaza is fully autonomous.
I think this is a golden moment for the world to change the history. I think that now the world is a change. The history is a change now.
Sir, you were just saying that as a result of October 7th, you are seeing millions of people marching in the streets. You're
Tibble Kane is asking who's the guy commentating. It's Sahar TV. It's this guy right here. Right here. You see this? This guy, Sahar TV. I follow him just to see both sides and see what's going on.
Seeing countries recognize.
The world is a change. The history is a change now.
Sir, you were just saying that as a result of October 7th, you are seeing millions of people marching in the streets. You are seeing countries recognize Palestine as a state. You are seeing legitimacy for your people. And I'm asking you whether the price that Palestinian people have paid so far was worth it.
I know the price is so high. But I'm asking again, what is the option?
It's worth
what is the option left to the Palestinians? You know what? We waited for a peaceful process, for a peaceful means since 1993, since Oslo Agreement till now. But I think we got a big zeal.
Let me show you the words of your people. Okay, these are people in Gaza, and I want you to hear, because your own people in Gaza say that you do have responsibility for the situation there. I'd like to show you this.
Oh, this journalist is crazy, right?
رسالتنا لحماس أنه كفى مقامرة ومغامرة بنا. كفاكم يعني أنتم
Please watch. This is not it. There's more.
I have seen this video.
Sir,
Yes.
There is more.
I have seen this video.
I would like you to, there are 3 people here. I would like you to hear their voices.
I know people are suffering. There are some people blame Hamas.
Why will you not listen to the voices of Palestinian people in Gaza?
Look, yeah, I know. This is not the whole story. I know because this is...
You know what he's trying to interrupt? He's trying to interrupt because he doesn't want the world to see that the Palestinians don't approve of what Hamas has done because of the destruction. On October 7th, a lot of them did align with what Hamas was trying to do. But right now, he's trying to stop it because he's trying to block the world from seeing.
Because of the Israeli crimes in...
Tibble Kane, it's exactly what I'm wondering, man, is how could you want... You can't claim to be a real man and be a protector and to be looking out for your people, and you can't claim to be virtuous when you know your action will cause the death and destruction of your own people, and then be okay with it. He's like Tibble Kane is saying down here. He's willing. Look, many of you will die, but I'm willing to pay the price. It's crazy. Many of you. That's what this guy is saying. Many of you will die, but I'm willing to pay the price. That's crazy talk. Don't do that. And this goes back to what I told you guys yesterday. You know, when I got in fights in high school, I bring it back to let's just forget about my high school. You know you're going to lose if you go fight. So stop trying to go fight. You already lost. You know you're going to lose. Stop it. You're just going to continue to create more death and destruction for your own people. Why are you doing that? You're not a real man. You're a loser. You're the leader of Hamas. Probably one of the biggest losers following Hitler.
In the Gaza Strip.
It seems that it seems that you don't want to hear the voices of people in Gaza who disagree with Hamas or who want to see Hamas removed from power.
But
why won't you listen to their voices?
All the world, listen to me. All the world said yesterday in the General Assembly that October 7 is not a justification for Israel to commit genocide, to kill civilians.
But I'm asking you to respond.
It makes a good point here. Who just wrote this down here? Who just wrote, where is it? He fled. He fled Gaza. Where is it? Yeah, this guy's not even, yeah, he doesn't want to pay the price. He fled Gaza. The guy literally is the leader of Hamas, flew out of Gaza to go hang out in Qatar to sit down and wear a suit and chill out while he causes the death and destruction of all of his own people. This is like top grade loser.
Respond to what these people are saying. Look, these people who want Hamas to surrender, lay down its weapons, and leave the Gaza Strip. What do you say to them?
No one asked Hamas to surrender. We will never surrender. We will never surrender.
Some of these people are asking Hamas to...
Tibble Kane, they tried to take him out. Israel tried to take him out in Qatar, and that's what they were asking him before. Is they almost got him, but he was like in the wrong room. He was like he turned out to end up being, during that attack on Qatar, he was in like an adjacent room, so he survived.
Lay down their weapons and leave Gaza.
These people under abnormal circumstances. We put him under target and killing and massacre. What do you expect for people to say?
But many people would say, if you look at history, if you look at wars that have been fought, where overwhelming military force has been brought to bear, where tens of thousands of civilians have been killed, that you, as the adversary of Israel in this case, that you have a responsibility to do your part to end the suffering. And that would be to lay down your weapons.
We are working to end the suffering of people.
No, you're not.
Hamas was launched in 1987. All the time you are working for our people, not in October 7, before that.
No,
you know
you're
what
not.
happened in 1987? The first Intifada. You got it right. Welcome to the mass killing of Jews in 1987 until 1990. That's amazing. That's why they were created. They were created to kill more Jews from the Muslim Brotherhood. That's where they stemmed from.
All the time we are fighting and doing for the interest of our people. Now, the reaction of the occupation in brutality, in killing and massacre, you put this responsibility in the shoulder of Hamas?
I'm not putting all the responsibility on the shoulders of Hamas. I'm asking you whether you have any responsibility in this regard.
We are responsible to save our people, to protect our people, to do anything.
The guy won't take any responsibility, bro.
Top Israeli officials say that Israelis cannot be safe unless Hamas is destroyed, right? That's their perspective. That if Hamas is allowed to continue to exist, that you will carry out October 7th style attacks again and again as long as you remain armed. Are they wrong?
We want to end the occupation.
Are they wrong?
We want to end the occupation. Who is a danger in this region? Israel. It's not Hamas. Hamas never, for example, acting against Egypt or Qatar or Saudi or American or British. I think we are against the occupation. That Hamas is a part of the Palestinian society, fighting for the Palestinian society, fighting for the Palestinian cause.
And so it sounds like you are saying what you said
don't put the problem on the shoulder of Hamas. No, I think
again, sir, when I speak with Israeli officials, I press them about what they are doing in Gaza. When I'm speaking with Hamas officials, I press them for your responsibility. And in the weeks after October 7th, you said we will do this again and again and again. There will be a second, a third, a fourth attack. With rhetoric like that, why should Israelis accept to live alongside an organization like Hamas?
Before October 7, do you know that there is a siege on Gaza for 17 years?
I'm very aware.
Do you know that before October?
The siege of Gaza that let Mercedes-Benz 2023, 2022 go in? And iPhones and the top technology? This siege? What are you talking about? Oh my God. Should have been killed in the attack in Qatar.
7 that in the West Bank they're expanding settlements and building settlements, taking our lands, putting what's called gates in every Palestinian's towns. So I think that October 7 is not a justification to do that, to kill and to commit massacres against the Palestinians.
My final question to you. How does this war end?
I think it is easy. I think Mr. Trump and the world could ask the Netanyahu in order to stop the war, to stop the genocide in Gaza.
Do you have any confidence that he will do that?
I don't know. I think we tested them many times, but I think it is not easy to trust Mr. Trump or to trust the American administration. All the time
State line, I'm hearing that my IG live is no longer live, so I got to take a look at my IG live. So I got to see, is it not live on IG right now? No? Okay. Yeah, so this guy doesn't take any responsibility. I wonder what happened with IG. Is there a time, cuz this is 4 hours now that I'm live this morning, and then we're already into the afternoon. I'm in California. It's 12:40 in California. Yeah, so this guy doesn't want to. I mean, I'll figure out the Instagram thing later. But yeah, let me just do a refresh here. I don't know what happened there. Wonder what it is. I'll have to see my notifications. This guy doesn't want to take any responsibility. You know? And the guy was pretty direct with him. The guy was pretty upfront. He's like, dude, we're just asking, do you want to take any responsibility? The guy wouldn't even watch the video of his own people in Palestine. He couldn't even do it. The guy begged him to watch a video. The guy wouldn't do it. You guys saw that? Please watch. This is not it. There's more.
I have seen this video.
Sir,
yes.
There is more.
I have seen this video.
I would like you to, there are 3 people here. I would like you to hear their voices.
I know people are suffering. There are some people blame Hamas.
Why will
See? So, yeah. Yep. Pretty wild. We went through a lot of stuff today, guys. We went through a lot of stuff today. We had a long one. Looks like Netanyahu's going to be leaving. I mean, Yeah. Yeah, he does have guts. Yep, big time. That was wild. Yeah, but it goes, for me, it goes back to, man, if you know you're gonna get rocked, why do you keep starting shit? Don't do it. Don't hurt your people like that, man. Like, it's not cool. That's not how it works. If you know, when you fight someone once and you lose, you're like, okay, maybe I'll come back and try it again. You try it again, then you lose again, then you're like, okay, shit, wow, that was okay. I'm definitely gonna lose now. But then you're like, wait a minute, one more time, I'm gonna try it one more time. Then you go try to fight one more time, and you do it again, and you lose again, bro. You gotta stop fighting these people and putting your people, you know, in harm's way like that. When I got in a fight, when I got in a fight and someone lost against me, they would not come back again because they know I'll take them. And then if they came back again and I beat them again, bro, if they come a third time, there's something wrong, bro. You can't keep coming back at me after I knock you out. You can't do that. Like, it's just, at some point you're like, dude, stop. That's not looking after your people. That's not looking after your people. When you lose a war, you lose a war. When you lose your country, you lose your country. When you lose a part of your country, you lose a part of your country and move on. Mexico doesn't come back and try to fight us for Texas, do they? Do they? Mexico doesn't come and fight us back to take Texas, right? Yeah, because they'll lose. I mean, this is just, I mean, come on. It's just like common sense using just a quarter of your brain. You'd be like, bro, of course I'm not going to try that. But then these crazy guys, these crazy people that don't care about other people's lives, this guy right here, these crazy people like this guy that don't care about their own people will do that. It's like Mexico coming to United States and trying to fight us to take Texas back. No, don't do it. Don't do it. And Dr. Talk is saying I'm making dumbass comparisons. I'm not making dumbass. You can do any other comparison in the history of the world. Anywhere where a country won and beat another country and took not even part of the land. Sometimes they take the whole country and you're done. You don't even have a country anymore. You don't even have a place to call home. It's done. And it's over. You don't see them coming back and doing crazy things that will get all the rest of your people killed. Yes, so same thing. It doesn't matter. Dr. Talk, it doesn't matter about being occupied, bro. It doesn't matter. If you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose. Stop it. You lost the war. Be happy you have a country, bro. They still have a country. You know how many people don't have a country anymore after they lost wars? You know that? They're gone. Their countries are gone. At least they had a country. You're talking about occupation. First of all, they weren't occupied. Occupation, you know, these days, you know, it's very highly debatable. Second of all, you lost. Now you're gonna go start it up again and lose again and create something where more of your people die? It's not cool. It makes no sense. No real men would do that to the people they're protecting. That's not a real protector. Doesn't matter who started what, because that's debatable too. Who started the war is debatable, and it's highly debatable. And it's not even about that. When you lose, you're done. Stop it. Stop the fighting. It's over. You know you're going to lose. Stop. That's how it works. You need to learn how to call it a day. When you're done, you're done. Stop it. Don't tell me about resistance, Mr. Christmas. It's about reality. You lost. It's done. There's no more resistance, bro. You know who made the right decisions? The ones that moved on and made a better life for themselves. That's how it works. Sitting there getting all your people killed and all this stuff and saying, oh, we want to stop. We're doing a resistance. No, you're not. The reality is they won't stop. They won't take their losses, man. Take your loss, move on. That's how that works. Take your loss and move on. If I lose, I move on and I figure something else out. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's not resistance when you have a loser like this, doesn't care about anybody else's death. It just makes no sense. They have their land, bro. They got their land. And they don't need a land. They lost. You lost. Give up your land. You lost. Just like everyone else that gave up their land in the history of humanity. You gave it up. It's done. You tried fighting. You went nuts. You did the whole thing. It's done. Give it up. It's done. You lost the wars, bro. You can't even fight anymore. You're done. Just give it up. Move on. It's not cool. It's not cool. In the whole entire history of the human existence, we fought. And when we lost, we were like, all right, this is your cave. You know what? This was my cave. Yesterday it was my cave. Today it's your cave. And I'm going to go take my, whatever with me, and I'm going to go find another cave. That's how it works. That's how that works. It's from the beginning of time. It's happened throughout all of our history. Whenever you lost, you lost. It was done. It was done. Many people lost countries. They don't even have a country anymore. They don't even have a place to call home anymore. They just moved on and they were displaced and they're completely gone. Forget about occupied. Gone. The countries were gone. Completely gone. And now we're talking about occupied. No, for the history, people were defeated and they were gone. It's not a stupid argument. It's reality. And those of you that can't live in the real world are going to be in this la-la land for the rest of your lives. History is written by the winners. History is for winners. If the history of humanity was for losers, we would not grow as a humanity would not grow if you let losers get all the trophies. If losers got what they wanted, winners would not want to win anymore, and everything would go downhill. Life naturally progresses. The bird that gets the food is the one that grows. That's how it goes. It's not fair. It's not perfect. It's just reality. So that's where we're at with that. And I think that's a good place to end our chat for today. That was your morning medication. And state line, never heard of an occupation not ending in conquest. Too many factors stacked against the defenders after losing enough ground, manpower, and equipment. Yeah, dude. So Italy, Germany, Japan still have their countries. They're one of the few. Many people lost their countries. Doctor talk. Do you know what Assyrian people are? Assyrian people. Assyrian people don't have, not Syrian, Assyrian. Assyrian. Assyrian people. They don't have a country. Many people don't have countries anymore. And those people that don't have countries, a lot of times, they don't have that identity that was from that land that they had. It's gone. That's why you don't know who they are anymore. That's how it is. Not every war you lose means you have to give up your land. That's not what I'm saying, Dr. Talk. Stop being a loser, bro. Use your brain. If you have any half of a brain, use your brain. I'm saying if you lose a war that is going to cause you to lose your country, then you gave it up. You didn't come back and try to fight again and lose and then have all your people killed. That's not how, that's not how history goes. If you lose, you lose. It's not null and void. If you lose, you lose. Assyrians fought, they lost their country. There's no more Assyria. Assyrians consider themselves Persian and really Assyrian. They're one of the few people that lost their country and still keep their namesake, keep their name. They're Assyrian. But that's how it works, man. When you have a guy like this, he doesn't care if he kills his people just because, it's not cool. Yeah, you guys are all naming countries that did not have to lose their countries. But that's not always the case. A lot of times you lose your country and it's gone. So RC2, I don't know if it's his hair or not, bro. I really don't know. I don't think it's his hair. You think it's his hair? You think his hair goes down to his nose, bro? It's a skid mark, bro. Oh my god. Oh man. Let's see if we can zoom in on this guy, bro. What is this? What is this, bro? Is that hair? What's his name? Can we look him up? Leader of Hamas. Images. Is this the same guy? Is this the same guy right here? Dude, these guys all look like freaks, bro. Look at this guy. Is that him? No, it's not him. Is that him? Yeah, man. Anyway, guys, that was good. That was a good 4.5 hour live stream this morning. Your morning medication went way past the morning, guys. Holy cow. I got companies to go around, guys. Love you guys, but we got to go. Thank you guys for joining. State Line, thanks, man. Appreciate you again being part of the combo, bro. You're the man. Sorry about your dog, bro. Sorry, dude. I know how it feels. I've had dogs my whole life. Thank you guys. Tibble Kane, thank you, bro. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. We're gonna go and I'll probably be back later on today. I'm curious to see what this plan is that Trump has about the Israel conflict. How are they gonna stop it? But yeah, thanks, dude. glad it helped, brother. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. And with that, I'm going to go. Thank you guys. Good talk.